Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. And if you're the other side of the world, good evening to you. We've got Zato, Ian, Rab, Living on a Player. Welcome, guys. Good to see you all here, Joe. And would you look at that? I've obviously changed the time because it's, was it 1 o'clock in the morning or something in New Zealand at the moment, proper. But we're here in beautiful Auckland, New Zealand, on the VATSIM network for a flight to Sydney with the now available, newly released PMDG 777-300ER. And you know what, the other day I said I'm certain this is going to be one of Flight Sim's biggest releases, if not the biggest release in its history. I think it has achieved that pretty well, actually, to be fair. It smashed all kinds of records, I think, and one of them is, well, I think today, because if I just refresh the stats on SimAware, we have currently got, on the VATSIM network alone, 696 Boeing 777-300ERs on the network right now, including all of us guys here in Auckland, which is insane. Canadian Flight Sim, good morning. Pushback, Mikhail, welcome, guys. We're in this lovely Air New Zealand livery. We're not in the All Blacks livery today, though, but that's because I wanted to kind of use this one a little bit. The other one gets loads of love, doesn't it? This one is equally as stunning, and certainly at sunrise it's going to look fantastic. So, flight time 3 hours 30. Currently we have got no ATC online. Hopefully that might change, who knows. But looking good. How are we all finding it as well? I know there was a couple of issues yesterday. The server got overloaded insanely. You know, miles beyond what PMDG and their server hosts, all that kind of expected. I think it was something on the post on PMDG's forum said that they had 6,000 orders batched within 3 minutes at one point, which is, I don't think anyone has ever achieved that, which is remarkable. It's yeah, but look at this, absolutely stunning. Ah, Joe. Well, we're going to be on the ground for about 20-30 minutes, so it depends how quickly you can fly along, really. Living on a Player says it has to be one of my favourite liveries overall. Love the look of Air New Zealand. I know, you know what, it's tragic that they don't fly to London anymore. They used to fly Auckland to Los Angeles, and then it was a crew change, and then Los Angeles to London with the London crew that they had. They don't do that anymore, unfortunately, which is really sad post-COVID. So we don't have an Air New Zealand aircraft that flies into the UK anymore, but it was always really nice to see it while it did fly in. Zato says, just a reference, Payne Field was so packed people had to spawn on top of one another to fit in. That's incredible, isn't it? They must be so proud, the folks at PMDG, of creating something this remarkable that smashed all kinds of records. Just stunning. Aaron says he's still getting used to the trim system. It's a bit of a weird hybrid between the A320 and the 737. Fairlawn, Ohio, good morning. Peter, hope you're well. Living on a Player says he thought he got caught in that batch of 6,000 within 3 minutes. It was over 2 hours waiting for his email, but it's all good, and it's a lovely aeroplane to fly. Yeah, I think they got a little bit of flack and a little bit of heat from the folks on the forums and things, but to be honest, I don't think it was particularly fair. Yeah, it's one of those things, isn't it? They can't build servers based on maximum peak and like insane settings of peak orders and all that kind of stuff, because they don't actually know. They set it quite significantly beyond what they had for the 737 release, and still the servers creaked. So it just shows you how much everybody was waiting for this. This livery, by the way, is on flightsim.to. Kia ora. Nice little touches from Tavis. Very nice. Silky Smooth said it almost took 4 hours for him to get his email. Captain Crystal, me too. Saying there, I've got a feeling you'll be seeing us flying him. Oh my god, seeing him flying this aeroplane for a little while. I'm the same. Mikhail, no worries, matey. Mike Jerry says, I called it. The Star Wars livery for the 777, the LATAM livery, is already out. Is it really? Let's have a quick look on flightsim.to. My checklist has been incredibly popular, which is really nice to see. New aircraft liveries. I thought there was a LATAM one, but I don't remember seeing a the the R2D2, like the Star Wars one. I keep calling it R2D2. I get that so confused with A. Where is it? Latam, baby. Where are you? Oh, I actually can't see it in the 737-300 list, bizarrely. So I don't think they've quite categorised it properly. Wherever it is, it's not on the actual feed list for it. But hey ho. Quickly refresh the stats, see how many 777s are on the network. 704! Oh my god! My goodness. Ah, living on a player. Thanks, matey. You've sent it via DM. Appreciate it. And those of you with Osprey Airways as well, Tapsy has already painted the exterior. Look at this. Dynamic cabin lights, change bending on time of day and all the rest of it. Yeah, we'll dive into the Volanta in a minute as well, because it's equally as remarkable to see just how many people have connected to this. Here we go. Look at that. Spectacular. Yeah, let's look at Volanta. Boink. There we are. Yeah, like I said, unfortunately no ATC online. There's tower at Christchurch, but that doesn't help us in any way. I think you can filter. Can you filter these? Light filters. No. That's a shame. It'd be great if we could filter this by aircraft type. Let's try up the top. B77 whiskey. No. Yeah, look at the transatlantic route. Most of those are Boeing 777-300s. Just incredible. Really cool. And then Dubai is just insanely busy. Ankara radar is packed full. Istanbul is full of pilots. And then you follow this line going the other way. They're all coming out of Dubai, which has had over 100 and something flights filed for departure. I mean, look how busy it is. It's just incredible. Qatar, isn't it? Doha's quite busy as well, and you look at London Heathrow. It's just this is insane. I don't think we've ever seen anything like it in flight sim. Look at that. Terminal 5 is rammed with heavies. I wonder what Gatwick's like actually. Usually a bit of a look at that. Gatwick for the first time is almost silent. I've never seen Gatwick that quiet before on the network. That's incredible. Honestly, what a release this has been, eh? So good. Data says you can click on filter type and select aircraft. Am I being really dumb? I can't see that. Estimate, add new filter. Oh, filter type aircraft. Oh yeah. Duh. Let's change to 77 whiskey then. There you go. All of those are 737-300ERs. It's forming a complete chain up to Istanbul at least, and a couple going up further as well. And look at this. Just alive, isn't it? It's absolutely alive. Look at that transatlantic crossing. It's almost like cross the pond. Cross the pond light. Just remarkable. Even that bit there, look, going into Japan, coming over from the States. Absolutely jam-packed full of pilots. Going towards Hong Kong. We've got that Singapore was looking pretty busy as well. Hong Kong was busy, and this cross the ditch element, flights going to Brisbane and stuff as well. Yeah, very very busy indeed. I don't think they ever, or anyone ever, anticipated it being this successful. 777-300ER. Sorry if I might have said 737 there. Yeah, Painfield. Let's just have a quick peek at that. Oh my lord. Yeah, multiple people spawning on top of each other there. Look, there's 3 aircraft all on top of each other there. Incredible. Absolutely remarkable. Okay, let's focus on our flight for today then. So, we're halfway through kind of the pre-flight, so it's as if the engineers have been in and sorted a load of stuff out and got everything ready. So the overhead panel is in this state at the moment. External power connected, ADIRU is on, cabin utility and the IFE stuff is all powered up, and the emergency exit lights armed and guarded for the flight today. Window heat's on, hydraulics are off at the moment, and we've got nav logo lights on. Everything else ready for us. Passenger signs on automatic. What we want to do then is go to the EFB. We're going to go request data from SimBrief. Nimesh, no, it's just everybody connecting. We'll go IFR high for now, I think, for this one. So that's all set. We want 122.8. If you're new to the channel today, it's great to have you on board with us. Welcome, welcome. Debarkis, yes, we showed it yesterday. The door handles, was the arming handle actually is animated. I'm not sure about the door. The actual door physical kind of rotational handle. I haven't checked. What was I doing? Fuel payload pushback, that's all fine, we'll leave that as it is. FMC. Navigraph, by the way, now in your nav data center for Navigraph, those of you with it, you might notice a SimBrief, a Boeing 777 profile that has appeared, which I've installed today. NZAA gate number 7. And we're going to go route request, SimBrief route, set payload. Again, like before, watch that total fuel, it's 9.1 kilograms currently. We'll set that payload. And then we're going to press set fuel. 28.8 tons in this bad boy. Set fuel and then select route. No any key, yeah, when I loaded in earlier it was already kind of sat there really with ATC, and it was quite busy, whereas unfortunately now it's super late for them and we don't have any ATC online. I was kind of hoping that we would get at least delivery or approach here at Auckland so that we could faff around with the ACARS a little bit and do a live demo of getting our route clearance with it. It's pretty impressive, isn't it, like you've said. Captain Mahmood, hello, saying, bro, how much would you rate this plane out of 10? Personally, I'm completely loving every little bit of this. I'd probably give it a 9.5 or 10 out of 10 if I'm being honest with you guys. I think it's remarkably good. I'm really loving it. Sent forecast uplink ready, wind data uplink ready, perf init uplink ready. Clear all of those before we progress to clear that message sign. And we can go perf inits, and we're going to press that to insert the zero fuel weight, cost index, everything's there. We're going to accept the rest of it, that's all set correct. Cost index of 80 and cruiser 380 is what we want, and then it's going to go into our thrust limitations and things. But first we will look at the VNAV page, have a look at those, and I'm going to just load up the data link for the descent forecast. LJC, good afternoon matey. Aaron, awesome, good luck. In the 777. That's all good. Yeah, hopefully Tapsy will have the livery painted very, very soon. He's done the exterior for Osprey Airways. A couple of little tweaks to be made with it. Kind of finishing pieces on the outside, and then it's just the interior stuff that needs doing. So he's made incredible progress already overnight. 23 left for departure, and we want OSRAP 1 Papa. And we want MADEP transition execute. So that gives us our departure routing like so. And we go route data, and then we're going to load the route data link winds like so. Really important, helps the aeroplane calculate performance and progress throughout the entire flight, fuel burn estimates and all that sort of thing. And we've got our alternate list there as well. So Init ref. Sent forecast uplink ready. Of course it is. Load. Or run. So quite a lot, but I have it capped at 60. It's not a first person shooter, we don't need it any faster than that, so I've just got it capped at that, really. Performance tool then, takeoff. 23 left. Import from aircraft, import weather, we've got thrust and flap to optimum. Calculates. And we're going to go to thrust limitations first. Cell temp 45. It's going to wipe the takeoff profile, isn't it now? We're going to take off 2, so yeah, 45 for cell temp. It's giving us 87.3 almost. That says 87.8, but that's fine. Rather have more than less. Flap 5, and we'll put the center of gravity in there, which gives us a thrust trim setting of 5. 158. And the runway heading, we've got to put that in as well. So on the charts, 23 left is 231 degrees. So we're going to set that on the MCP. And I'm also going to set that color across to 1000, and we're going to set 13, which is the transition altitude for the climb out here in New Zealand. And as we get a little bit higher up, we will keep winding that up to our cruising altitude. So that's all done. We can do a landing dispatch. We're expecting 34 left. And it's just going to give us a little bit of information in relation to our performance as we arrive at Sydney. By the way, here's a feature you may not know or may not have found yet. You can open the flight deck windows. So press that clip area there, the clipboard, it moves back. Then you can press the handle, back it goes, and then you pull the windy lever. Ta-da! Caitlin, no, you can purchase it with just the basic version of MSFS. It's completely separate to anything in the sim. Welcome learning to fly, and we can close it again. Canadian Flight Sim is saying the in-sim performance of the 777 is amazing. It's almost better than the 737. Yeah, I said yesterday that I found the performance for me very similar to that of the 737. So it's great to hear lots of you are having the similar kind of experience, which is really nice. APU. Start. Get a little bit of exhaust. So that's how we've got the tail plane there, the rudder deflected still. That's because we haven't got all the hydraulics on just yet. We'll do that next. I'll pop the demand online as well. Doc, welcome. Centre tanks, I think, were empty, weren't they? So we'll just have a quick review of the fuel page. Yep. And we'll have a quick check of our checklists. So oxygen's tested 100%. Flight instruments, heading altimeter, that's all set. We're 1018. And standby instruments set and matching that as well. So that's good. Before starts, we can pop the flight deck door closed. Get out, stay out. MCP, V2 plus nothing, because it will fly the additional speed for us. So it's just V2 set there, 158. Rotate our V2, all that kind of stuff is ready as well. The takeoff speeds are there in the box next to us. CDU pre-flight is complete, and the trim, we are currently 00. Taxi takeoff brief, beacon on, that will sort itself out in a second. And we'll have a look at that. So, go there, legs, Matthew, yes, have a look at my playlists, matey. I've got a whole set, I've got 5 episodes covering all of the stuff you need to know to fly the 777 with as little stress as possible and avoiding all of that information overload that you get in a lot of places. It's a very complex aeroplane, and some people, I understand, won't have necessarily flown anything this big or this complicated, so I strip all of the nonsense out and we do building blocks. So have a little look at that. Nice and slow learning process. I'm going to just wiggle the time back a little bit to suppress this a tad bit more because I want a bit of a nighttime departure. And GSX, prepare for pushback and departure. We're going to close entry left. Release the ground power. There goes the jetty. Part brake set. And we'll remove them chocks. One of the things I've seen over the last day, or overnight, a lot of people going absolutely berserk about the part brake, saying it's bugged. It's not bugged. If you've got the Airbus TCA throttle with that twisty parking brake, yeah, that might be an issue. But that's not the fault of the aeroplane. You've got to work out what the keybind setting is for it, and they're all pretty much the same as the 737. So if you've got a 737 profile, use that for this, and you'll find that it will work quite nicely out of the box. Flight directors. LNAV, VNAV, forward thrust system is already armed. So we're going to clear that recall. Auto brake RTO. Beacon light on. That's all good, that's all set, so they're all on. Hydraulics are ready. Seatbelt signs will pop to the properly on position. EC mode norm, auto start on, pumps are ready, anti-ice automatic, nav lights, everything's set as required. And we've got our air conditioning systems and our packs all ready for the flight as well. And we want to tail right facing northwest. No we don't, we want to face south. Auckland traffic, New Zealand 103 heavy, stands 7, push start facing south on kilo.
Release parking brakes, please.
Bar brakes off, again you press the pedals in to deactivate it.
All engines clear. Start at will.
GSX hasn't been updated, so it is struggling a little bit with things like pushback. I'm not actually sure what it's doing here though. What the hell is it doing? I want to face south on kilo. Two seconds, let me just walk back there. Shut up, bloody thing. Oh, GSX is great when it's good, otherwise it's utterly rubbish. The doors, yeah, you can arm them. I'm not worried about that too much at the moment. Josh, welcome. Aaron, no worries, matey. Not sure why it was doing that. That's very odd, isn't it? I might just click straight push and I'll just go into that stand there. It's a bit easier, isn't it?
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Hopefully that hasn't caused issues on GSX. Quecky, welcome. Oh yeah, I know I'm on frequency. Cheers, Ian. Auckland traffic air, New Zealand 103 heavy, stand 7, push start. Gonna be a straight push. GSX issues. Now I've just done a quick warp. I'm going to have a double check of everything here, make sure I'm happy with how things are set up. Make sure nothing's broken or changed. Yeah, the GSX is great when it's okay. Lone Gamer says I'd like to see the provided PMDG ground push stuff. Yeah, I've never really used it.
You logged on as an A320, bud.
PMDG setup. FS actions. It is there. Right. Are you going to go forwards or are you going to go backwards? Backwards, please. Well done. Crikey. Maybe for another day, Lone Gamer, because it's I've always struggled with my hardware controlling the pushback that's included in the PMDG stuff, so I personally don't use it. Right, so with auto start, we can choose an engine and then get it all fired up. So we're going to go left engine start and throw the fuel in. With the noise. Look at those missives, they're so good. The Pushback's struggling a little bit today, but GSX doesn't officially support this yet, don't forget. Is that literally... Oh, that'll do, you know what, screw it. That's as good as we're going to get from GSX today. So, right engine start. Mathis, thank you, welcome. Hopefully you guys have had some rest overnight for from the launch. Breaking all sorts of records. We were saying earlier on, Mathis, we've been monitoring how many connections there are on VATSIM at the moment on the 77 Whiskey. Currently there are 745 active connections on VATSIM alone with people flying this, which is remarkable. Yeah, big congratulations to all the PMDG team. Phenomenal work. Spectacular aeroplane. Great to see lots of freeware liveries all appearing on flightsim.to now as well. Very quickly. Okay, I love these lights. So good. Right. They've gone back to normal. You'll notice there the packs are currently automatic but showing off because the APU's got the power. If we go to air, you can see there the APU's got the feed. And the electrics though have gone to the correct buses already. So that's all good. So with all that set, just going to pop the APU off. You'll notice then the packs will move into left and right in a moment.
Auckland traffic,
Giving us the ground pin.
Stand at 9 after company traffic passes. Right to left.
Auckland traffic is on 1023 mile final, 23 left, Auckland.
Right, we'll wait for that. We'll continue with our checks after start. So what have we got? Number 5. We want 5 for the trim. Going to move that little diamond there to 5. That's all set. That's all good. Radios, transponder. That's all good. Flap 5. In the background with LukeAirTool.net, so a freeware cabin announcement tool. we're going to start to play the safety demonstration.
Flight attendants, arm your doors.
Bit muffled.
Hello everyone, the doors are now closed. Any portable
Full brake
electronic
RTO,
devices such as
altitude
MP3 players,
13,000,
laptops,
runway heading,
cameras
and
must now be switched off.
V2 speeds
If you
are
have a
set on. Our
mobile phone
VNAV
or
are
PDA,
armed,
activate
and
the
we're going
flight
to
mode
go
and
taxi
then
lights
turn your device
on.
off.
Put the
If
wing
this
lights on
particular
as
model
well,
is not
just because it's a bit
equipped with flight mode
snazzy.
setting, it must be switched off and remain
And you
off
can see
for
now the
duration
left
of
and
the
right
flight.
packs are on automatic.
Flight attendants, check all doors closed.
So, we'll try and do a right old turn. Maltz, welcome. Aaron, that's a great score, matey, for your first flight in it. Well done.
Runway.
Wrong button.
Please watch this safety demonstration carefully, as it is specific to this aircraft.
Alpha 1,
First, make sure your cabin baggage is safely stowed, either in the overhead
Auckland traffic Air New Zealand 103 Heavy. He's going to taxi to 4 Point Alpha 1 Alpha, runway 23 left by Kilo and Alpha, Auckland.
You are advised to keep your seatbelt fastened.
Quick dab of the brakes.
During the flight. To release the seatbelt, simply lift the lever. Should oxygen masks drop from the overhead
Pop
panel,
traffic off for now.
activate your mask by pulling it towards you.
Just waiting for this
Oxygen will flow
Qantas.
through the mask, even though the bag may not inflate. Place the mask over your nose.
So if we're stationary,
and adjust the headband
we'll pop the
to
taxi
ensure
lights
fit.
off.
And make sure your own mask is fitted before assisting others. If an emergency occurs,
Oh, Lone Gamer, sorry to hear that, buddy.
your life jacket is under your seat or under the center armrest.
Who's the
Remove
Qantas?
it from the pouch. Put
We're
your
burning loads
jacket
of fuel
on
here.
seated, clip the waistband together and pull it tight. Only inflate your life jacket as you exit the aircraft by pulling down on the red tag. If your life jacket does not fully inflate, use the mouthpiece. Your crew are now indicating emergency exits. Please note your nearest exit may be behind you. Count the rows of seats to the exit. In an emergency evacuation, escape path lighting will help guide you. Smoking is a hazard and is not permitted at any time, anywhere on the aircraft.
All the passengers will be sitting outside, out the window now, looking out the window going, ah, chuffing heck.
Ensure your phone
Buddy Qantas, get out of the way.
and turn off all electronic devices during takeoff and landing. For information on electronics that may be used during the flight, refer to the safety card. Or
Should we go around, Julie? Joe?
To prepare for takeoff, ensure your seat back is upright.
Oh, no, he's going.
Ensure your tray table is latched securely.
Jolly good.
Your footrest
Taxi,
is
lights on.
folded away, and your seatbelt is tightly fastened. Thank you for your attention. Enjoy your Air New Zealand flight.
Open traffic, aircraft positions at 2. Are you ready for taxi yet?
Rocking and rolling. Look at this, so many 777s. Beautiful livery.
Auckland traffic, Air New Zealand 1.
Right's clear.
Back.
Left's clear.
Standing.
Trip Dreamers, welcome, matey. Where have we all been flying this so far then? Out of curiosity. Av Apollo, yes matey, this is a real world route. And for those of you in our Discord server, the actual approved route string for this sector is in our live stream thread. Good, so many 777s everywhere, it's so cool. Let's have a quick refresh of SimAware, see how many people are connecting with 752 777-300ERs on the network now. That's insane. Yeah, real life route, but not real time, because real time is incredibly dark at the moment. But we also don't get this beautiful sunrise. It's almost like celebrating a new era of flight sim, this. It's crazy. Ashton, welcome. You're more than welcome, Lone Gamer. Hopefully for those of you who've watched the playlist that I've set up, all the 5 episodes that I've launched and the download of the free checklist that I've put up for people to enjoy, hopefully you've all found it really useful, giving you a bit of a kickstart with this jet. Gary, awesome, no worries at all. How are you finding it? Got it 5 hours ago. Silky Smooth's doing a sunrise flight from Chicago to San Francisco in United's colours. I was going to do that the other way around tomorrow, actually. San Fran to Chicago, or Chicago to San Fran. But we're hoping we might have the Osprey Airways livery by tonight. Which will mean tomorrow we will do something out of Manchester. Trip Dreamers, well, have you actually dabbed the brakes? There's my controls again. But the Thrustmaster Boeing TCA yoke is not very good. Build quality is pretty poor, I've found, because now I'm getting all sorts of weird, dirty pop kind of things going on with it. Look, in all of my aeroplanes. Very weird. Got to kind of wiggle the controls a little bit to try and get it to calm itself down. There we go. A lot of people with the Boeing TCA having this kind of problem at the moment, and I've only had it for about, is it a year that I've had it for, I think?
New Zealand 2472 Heavy, taxiing to runway 23 left via Alpha, holding point Alpha 1. Auckland.
Gary, if you want to, you can follow the precise route that we did on the tutorial. Manchester to Heathrow. And you could even do an auto land if you want to. Covered that in episode 4. It's an episode specifically for nice, simple auto land. So we've already got auto brake RTO, passenger signs on, doors on automatic. Let's go to the checklists because we need our cabin secure. So before starts is done. Before taxi, we've done those. We'll do a recall because we didn't do that in the checklist, but we can tick it off. And then we're going to go before takeoff checks. So that 5 and sets. After takeoff checks is ready. Engines are all good. Close the bottom screen.
Runway 23 left via Q Alpha.
Jad's Army, yeah, they're just made cheap and quick now, unfortunately. You compare it to like the quality of a honeycomb system. The Thrustmaster stuff is very overpriced for some pretty cheap stuff, in my opinion. I've paid for the Boeing TCA yoke. Really impressed initially. It is a lovely yoke, but the plastic's very cheap feeling. And if it's already breaking now, then it's not very impressive, bearing in mind the price of the thing. Oh, look at that wing. There goes a little dinky 320neo. There's the engines with a little bit of wiggle.
Auckland traffic, quantitative holding Alpha 1, runway 23 left for separation, Auckland.
Poxia, welcome. Pop traffic mode on. In fact, it is on now. Put transponder on. Look at that sunrise, yes. Dave says open it up. His did the same weird thing that I've got going on. Got to open the Boeing TCA yoke up and fiddle with the wires.
Auckland traffic, 136, lining up, runway 23 left, Auckland.
And Auckland traffic, New Zealand 103 heavies holding at Alpha Alpha. Aaron, no, I haven't uploaded the wing views for this yet. Let's go get this turn right. He says. Oh, look at that. It's like a synchronized swim. That'll do for now. Very difficult to taxi accurately when it's when you're looking over the wing.
Auckland traffic, Qantas 8656, taking 30 heavy, departing runway 23 left.
And Auckland traffic at New Zealand 103 heavy by Alpha 1 Alpha lining up 23 left. Globes, runway turn off, let's whack all the lights on. We roll in. Look at those emissives there reflecting off the ground, really cool. And we've got a squadron of 777s taxiing down Alpha towards us as well, fantastic. Let's get back on that centre line, shall we? There goes the 330. Is airborne. 1312 EST. Quick check of the approach path. We're all good. Nobody's called up, and we've got for today's departure a 6-knot crosswind to contend with. You can see that windsock over there, gusting away. So this is going to be an interesting departure. Oh yeah. He's flashing his lights at us, love it. Andy's asking about wake turbulence. Not sure.
Auckland traffic, Qantas 86, airborne runway 23 left, under 5000, via the Oscar 1 Papa departure, Auckland.
That's weird, pre-flight wipes. That's
New
wiped.
Zealand 77 Whiskey behind the departing company, 777, will line up runway 23 left.
Jet is complete. We've not had the cabin secure, but that is fine. And we're about 2 minutes now, so Auckland traffic, New Zealand 103 heavies taking off, runway 23 left, OSRAP 1 Papa departure. So I'm going to hold it on the brakes. Oh, Justin, no worries, matey. About there. Brakes off. Toga. Power set. Speed's alive. $80 knots.
Auckland traffic, New Zealand 77 Whiskey lining up runway 23 left.
A tiny little bit of stick into wind. V1 rotates. V2.
Keeping those wings level, working hard, working really hard with that little crosswind. Follow the flight director's positive rate gear up. Away we go. Look at that. Absolute stunner. Oh yeah. That's nice. Bring the nose forwards a little bit. We'll hand fly just for the next few minutes. Hand flying this thing is really nice as well. I can recommend doing it if you haven't given it a go. Runway turn off, taxi, wing. Flap 5 speeds, go to flap 1, lower the nose to accelerate for our climb out. We'll hand fly up to this first fix, this turn. Look at that, beautiful departure. There's a little bit of engine wiggle on the pylon. At Auckland traffic at New Zealand 103 Heavies airborne, passing 4,000 feet SIP outbound.
And traffic Air New Zealand 77 Whiskey, departing 2 to the left by the Osara 1 proper departure.
They trim nicely now. Hands off. Wanting to trim into a bit more of a nose up position. Right, let's go. Autopilot on now, so we can enjoy the views a little bit more. We've got LNAV, VNAV, auto thrust's active, and we've got 231. That's all good. Flaps up, no lights. And all the lights are set as required. Obviously, you've got signs to automatic. Look at that. Now we're talking. Lone Gamer, no worries buddy, thank you. Yeah, we're still coming to terms with it massively. It's been a bit of a struggle to be fair. But we'll get through it. Let's go to, we're at 13,000 for this, isn't it? So let's go few more feet, haven't we, to 10,000. Isaac, thank you, you're welcome. Cheers for subscribing. We'll pop the landing lights off now, because we're about to bust through 10. And what have we got? Let's see. Let's pick a wing view for the turn. That one. I do like these ones.
Traffic, New Zealand 56 Heavy, taxi runway 23 left. We are Juliet Alpha holding point Alpha 1.
So currently on the VATSIM network right now, there are 765 Boeing 777-300ERs on the network connected. That is incredible. I'd love to know what the actual records of this kind of thing is.
And Auckland traffic, New Zealand 77 Whiskey Airborne 3,200, final call.
There's the turn, there's the wing flex. Look at that.
Auckland traffic, New Zealand 2472 Heavy, holding short, runway 27 left, 23 left correction, and 1 Alpha Mike.
So
1
good.
Alpha, Alpha 1 Alpha, New Zealand.
Stunning. And look at that. No editing required. Get a couple of screenshots. Threshold, by the way, folks, on their Discord are doing a competition, which is pretty cool. It's a screenshot competition, and it's to be in with a chance to win a Honeycomb Alpha yoke, which is a rather cool prize. So you can pop in your various things, your favourite screenshot, one screenshot only, to get an entry in, standard pressure. You can be in with a chance to win that. I've entered. Mike, yes, yeah, they do. This is so this specific call sign, New Zealand 103, is quite often operated on a 777-300ER. Through 18, what do we got? That's all good, that's all set, happy days. And in the cabin, again, the curtains are closed, the lights are about 50% for the cabin service to begin. I love the fact that you can kind of do these like electronic screens in the textures and things as well, that's quite snazzy. There's going to be a special one for Osprey Airways put in here as well, for what it's worth. Hey, it's Carlito, flying along. Yeah, we need another 12 777s to get to 777, or even 773. That'd be good. I am going to refresh it again though. Let's see what we're on now. We're at 756 connections on VATSIM for the 777-300ER. Climb performance is very good, isn't it, Mike? Yeah. Yeah, this isn't a particularly long flight for this aeroplane, so it can throw itself up fairly quickly without stressing too much about weight and things. 1,200 or so roughly nautical miles. 56 nautical miles to top of climb.
Auckland traffic,
380. Set. I mean, it's great to see so many people loving the aeroplane. And it must be nice for the guys at PMDG. They've been working for a couple of years now in creating this, and it is everything most of us hoped for. It's everything I hoped it would be. And it's going to be hard for me to kind of put this down now in lieu of other aeroplanes as well, because I'm just really finding that I'm loving every second of this. I've said before in the past that I like big and heavy, powerful. That's what I like with my airliners. And this ticks all of those boxes. Look at that wing shadow on the airframe there, on the fuselage. Stunning.
Auckland traffic, New Zealand 242 heavy airborne passing.
Yeah, imagine what it's going to be like on the weekend, Max. Absolutely. It's going to be incredible, isn't it?
Final call, Auckland.
Yeah, it's Wednesday afternoon. And you can download this livery from flightsim.to. I believe, actually. Let me just double check. Yep, I put it in the description for today's live stream, so if you want to get this livery, all you've got to do is click the link in there. Apoxia, glad to know it's going well. We're just as happy to release it to you all, he says. I didn't know you were part of PMDG. Thank you very much. It's just spectacular, isn't it? It's just stunning. There's the contrails kicking in now as well. Matthias, welcome again. I'm surprised you're not asleep or having a celebratory drink somewhere. The A380 from Fly-by-Wire is going to be really remarkable when that comes out. It's going to be stunning. Very much looking forward to that as well. As a lot of you know, those of you who've been following the channel for a couple of years now, I spent 2 years as a QA or a beta tester for the Fly-by-Wire team on the A320nx. I was one of the first kind of group of them as well, which was really fun. So our first pull request was that the seatbelt sign, which at the time it was groundbreaking because they'd found a way to do it. Yeah, now we've got this incredibly complex A320neo, but the channel got very busy got a lot bigger than I ever anticipated, and because of that I had to kind of step away because I couldn't quite balance it fairly for them with all the volunteering and stuff. Look at that. Big bird. I don't envy you there, Mathis. So that in itself is a mission. Agilos, depends on the currency you use, but it is $77.73. That's in US dollars. So it depends on what you use for your currency. If you're using euros, I remember you saying yesterday you're based in Greece. So let me just have a quick look. USD to euro. It's at €72.72. Quick refresh of the stats on SimAware. What do we reckon? Let's see. Even SimAware is struggling. 761 active connections. The 777-300ER. It keeps going up. It doesn't slow down. It's incredible. Honestly, what a remarkable bit of kit this is. They've got to be absolutely buzzing to see this map, people enjoying this aeroplane. Yeah, 100% Agilos. The price is fantastic, I think. We absolutely do. We need 777 active 777s on VATSIM, 100%. I keep frantically refreshing it. Someone's going to have to grab a screenshot when it hits that record. Or even 773 active connections. Ian saying there, hey Mathis, massive congratulations to yourself and the whole team. What an amazing product. Please pass on the congratulations for all of us at Osprey Airways. Look at that. Just stunning. I've spent so much time in the back of one of these, and I've spent a fair bit of time sat there, and it brings back floods of memories, like that Rio de Janeiro near-miss story that I was telling you about yesterday. It just brings back floods of memories. Flying into Seoul for the first time, visiting South Korea, all these amazing things that I've just absolutely loved. And been lucky to kind of experience as well. Oh, so close now, yeah, 763 connections. Ooh. What time am I working with at the moment, Justin? I've wound the time all the way to 7:58. You can see there the actual time is all the way down there. It's like midnight in New Zealand. So I've wound the time all the way forwards to there. Aiden, nice. 169. Have you got the 777? How are you finding it? 762 connections. Yeah, absolutely, Maltz. And the thing is, you know, if you want to do Heathrow to Los Angeles, but you don't have the 14 hours, just hit auto cruise and increase your sim rate, and enable step climbs. Auto step climb within the auto cruise system. Bingo. Come back to it a couple of hours later, it'll have done all your step climbs for you, and you'll be near Los Angeles, and you can then sort out the approach, descent, landing. They're saying, do you think they're going to transfer the ground operations into the 737? I'm not sure. I would imagine at some point they would probably like to, but we'll just have to wait and see what we get from them. Kai says, are you a current 787 pilot or a former 787 pilot? No, neither. I've run out of money 3 times for my private pilot's license. And I've tried 3 times. I've actually tried 4 times to become an airline pilot, because I applied for the Speedbird Academy last year, but calculated that I'd have to sell my house for me to afford to actually do the course, so that's a shame. Ian's got a great question there. Guessing you can't use increased sim rate when on New Sky. Yeah, you absolutely can. So I've enabled that feature. What it will then do is it will look at your flight time. So it will say, well, if your 14-hour flight that you were meant to do becomes 4 hours long, it will then recalculate all of your profit loss figures within our virtual airline system into what it would be for a 4-hour flight, if that makes sense. Yeah, Zach, so the Speedbird Academy that I was in, I got to the penultimate stage, really close, passed all the other tests, and I sat there waiting, basically saying, it's not repaying the loan, because I was very close. I'm confident I'd have probably got a spot on that Speedbird Academy, but it's the fact that I've got a mortgage, and I'd have to sell the house that I've got at the moment, which I've worked really hard to be able to try and afford, and I don't really want to sacrifice that. Sometimes, I've said it yesterday as well, sometimes life just takes over, doesn't it? And for me, simulation is going to be as close as I'm realistically going to get, and I'm happy with that. It's just one of those things. You know, I think it's probably nice to have the dream, even if I can't afford or to achieve it. Probably quite nice to actually have that dream. So there's that little kind of glimmer with aviation that I'll probably take to my grave. Mikhail's saying, can I do a guide for the 777 and Oceanic? Yeah, I'll try and figure one out over the next few days to increase that range ring. But it depends if we stream every day through to Friday or not.
Inbound Donley descending through 900 for 5,000 feet. Inbound Donley.
Yeah, Zach, no, I wouldn't want anybody renting the house, because I've got a missus as well, so she'd be in the house. I've tried 3 times and run out of money 3 times, so it's just one of those things. It is what it is. And yeah, Tom, same. I've actually explored, like you have, controlling as well. I've looked at applying for NATS to become an air traffic controller. Again, that's a course. There's a residential course in the south coast of the UK. You don't get paid during that, and you can fail at any point. So you get tested every week, and you can get basically to the final week of a 6-month course, and then fail that test, and you're binned off. So again, it's too much risk versus reward for me. Yeah, Justin, I was hoping for some. Agos, no, I'd have to start my application again from scratch, but I emailed them, gracefully bowing out, saying that I can't afford to pay my mortgage if I continued with the process. So yeah, I didn't want to carry on and get right to the end and then have to pull out. There was only one more step left. Just one of those things. Yeah, huge chop rate on the NATS course. Just too big a risk, Scott. Peter, I'd not thought of it that way. Yeah, we've been career student pilots. Keep running out of money. Probably the only reason why a lot of flying schools actually stay in business, because they've got folk like me that are desperate to try and do it but can actually not afford to finish it. Yet we keep going back. There were a series of aptitude tests, Flight NY, but there was a lot of maths in there. There was a question where you had to explain what icing was, or anti or de-icing. You had to do a cabin announcement and then explain parts of what that cabin announcement meant in relation to a delay. There was a whole load of stuff I had to do within their aptitude tests. It was a really interesting process to do, to be fair. But I think if you're in the US, you're a lot luckier than we are in Europe. We've got to look at going abroad realistically, and unless you're 18, 19, 20 and you can just apply to these courses and dip off to Hungary for 2 years, or Greece for 2 years, or Florida for 2 years, then it's pretty much unachievable unless you're already very well off or lucky with a well-off family. It's just one of those things. But hey, I'm content with it. I get to fly these things around the world, wherever I want, whenever I want, without worrying about pilot hours, fatigue, night stops, passengers, none of that. Look at this. Oh. And you can't have an exterior drone camera view when you're flying in real life. The little things. There's the link to the charity raffle that we're doing, folks, for the NFRSA. We've got 5% of the total ticket value going to the NFRSA, which is a charity in the UK helping look after retired service animals. Really, really cool charity. And to be in with a chance to win my Turtle Beach Velocity 1 yoke, all you've got to do is buy a raffle ticket. And the odds of winning are actually incredibly high. I think there are only 11 tickets sold at the moment, so there's a 1 in 11 chance of winning currently. No any key. You may have some air traffic control for Sydney, he says. Exciting. Certified Production says, anyone made a cold and dark for the 777 yet? Yes, I have. Click on the British AvGeek logo just below the stream and you'll see a set of playlists that are available, and then you'll be able to kind of work out, it starts with episode 1, which is cold and dark, through to engine start, and then it will build all the way through a full flight between Manchester and London Heathrow. So I've done a whole nice simple tutorial series without too much technical information, just to help give you a bit of a kickstart somewhere. Agalos says, out of the aeroplanes that I've flown and been cabin crew on, which were my top 3 favourites? Ultimate favourite, A380. I just love the size of it and the sheer power of such a big heavy aeroplane. 777 as well, took me to all over the world. Remarkable places, incredible memories. And then next would be the 757-300, which I was crew on with Thompson, which I absolutely loved. Zipping out of Bristol for a summer season. Is there a fix for the parking brake, Blueface? I haven't experienced any parking brake problems. I think a lot of people are having parking brake issues either because they're not using it correctly, it's very much like a 737, or they've got hardware issues which they need to sort out, i.e. the keybinds aren't quite set up correctly. That's no fault of the aeroplane, we've just got to understand what to set. For me, all of my 737 stuff, all of my keybinds, the 737, my control profiles have all moved perfectly across into the 777 without any headache. Ziad says, I've ever thought about going into engineering. Yeah, it's not something I'd really probably explore. Yeah, the A380 is a pretty ugly aeroplane, to be fair. It is. It is pretty cool. But it was the sheer size of it, the power of those engines as well. Agalos is asking for the chat, all of you guys in the chat, what your top 3 aircraft list is. If you're struggling to release the parking brake, I mentioned it yesterday on the stream, you might have seen me do it today. You can't pull that, you can't push it in. You'll notice there it says parking brake pull. What you need to do is press the parking brake, the actual brake pedals, to press them for a couple of seconds, and then you'll hear the parking brake release. So just think of it like the parking brake system, the same as the 737. Fishgun's Fitness says for him that his favourite aircraft, the 777, the Phoenix, A320 and the 737. Although that's more kind of simming, isn't it? BKG Blueface, his real life favourites, A350, 777, 757, Zato, 777 as well. A lot of number ones, the triple. Lone Gamer's gone for the M500. Nice. For his favourite there. Buccaneer, Hunter and Jaguar for Scott. Yes, legend. I enjoyed the Jaguars blasting around at RF Coltershall when I was there for a week many years ago before they got disbanded. It was good to see. And then I enjoyed climbing around them at RF Cosford when a few of them turned up there at the museum. And for the engineering folks. Mathis says 777, the 737 of the DC-6. I wonder why. Harry's got his holiday booked to Dubai. He's going on the A380. Super excited. Yeah, the Blueface, I agree. The A350 has got a wonderful design to it. It's very modern, very clean, really stunning. Right, Madet, there's our transition. We're now over into the Oceanic stuff. We're going to go to Volanta. Let's have a little look. Oh, there's 784 connections to VATSIM now. That's just skyrocketed to the point where we've bypassed 777. Chopping neck. Let me add these screenshots into our Volanta flight today. Everything filtered on that screen, by the way, is a Boeing 777-300ER flight that's on the either Volanta flying offline or VATSIM online at the moment. Look at this. Just insane. Let me zoom back in on Doobs. Just jam-packed. I've never seen anything like this. It's incredible. Look at that. It's almost like there's across the land going on, but it's unofficial. Oh, London Heathrow is just chock-a-block as well. Hive of activity. It's amazing. Let's have a look at our flight anyway. There we go, crossing the ditch. There's us. We've got Zato behind us in the Antonov. Not the Antonov, he was in that yesterday. Now that is stunning. Enter that into the threshold competition, Zato. You might well win that. That's really stunning. Liam in New Zealand 107. Ice flying live time, I love it. Through the night. Nice and dark. Ian, Osprey 2472. All blacks livery as well, a lot of love for that. It's classic, isn't it? Oh, is that me taking off? Awesome. On us 330 landing. And we've got Air New Zealand 566H. Carlito, Air New Zealand 784. He's going live time as well, love it. Love the immersion there, folks. We've got Korean Air 502 flying along as well by the looks of it. It's taxiing for a departure. That's all of us. Exciting. There's Justin up ahead. Look at his contrail there turning. Stunning. It does, doesn't it? It's like unofficial versions of Cross the Pond and Cross the Ditch and Cross the Land all at the same time. It's amazing. Is there any decent Istanbul scenery? Because I was looking yesterday, there's a payware one, but I don't know if it's any good. And there's a freeware one, but you have to download a whole load of stuff from a Google Drive, which I'm not a fan of. So we'll see what happens. I reckon within the next hour, we're going to have over 1,000 connections of the 777-300ER on VATSIM alone, and that's not counting IVAO. That's not counting offline flights. There are now 793 active connections. Let me see if I can show you briefly I might need a minute just to get a little teaser image. Of our Osprey Boeing 777-300. Let's see if I can get this up. There we go. As always, massive thank you to Tapsy for all of his great work. You ready for this, folks? There she is. Coming to a hangar near you soon. So I think we've currently got like 24 Boeing 777-300ERs in New Sky for our virtual airline, and there are a couple based at Everett, KPAE, so that you can fly them back to Manchester or Heathrow, including a little stop via JFK if you don't want to do the complete big long haul flight. And then we've got a whole load of them based at Gatwick, Manchester, London Heathrow, and we've got 2 of them based in Sydney as well for those of you in Australia, New Zealand, that part of the world. Fly around with that as well. I've added a whole load of schedule flights to allow the 777-300 on. So we've got short haul, medium haul and long haul covering this big bird with our virtual airline. Stunning, right? So excited to see that get released. There's potential that that'll be ready tonight, in which case we'll need a map, a route for tomorrow. I was thinking maybe like Manchester to Tenerife or something like that. Ryan, welcome. Thanks, buddy. Welcome aboard. What's the flight? About 4 hours. That'd be quite nice. Trying to think for a 777 out of Manchester. About 3 hours. Or it could be 4 hours, to be fair, actually. We could do Fuerteventura, Tenerife. What else have we got? Cairo could be an option, but I think it's quicker to do Tenerife, isn't it? What else have we got further up? Keflavik. I'm not sure if Keflavik would fit a 777-300ER. We had issues last time we flew into Lisbon, Aaron. Everybody got held by 20 minutes slot delay. so we it's put us off going back there for a little while, I think. We departed and all of us got delayed by 20 minutes. Ashley's still monitoring the connections. Did anybody manage to get a screenshot of 777 connections or 773 connections? Well, Ryan, we could do Ben Gurion, but the problem is last time, if you remember the last time we did that, we had all of those ruddy spam bots, Palestine, this, that, and it was just unbearable. So I'm keen at the minute to kind of just avoid all of that. Justin, no, I've got the Wing at FCU. I think it's remarkable. Really affordable and pretty good build quality, I think. It's a 1-to-1 scale as well, which is quite cool. Mike Jerry says, I can't figure out for the life of me why my auto step climb is not working. Have you... Go to menu. I'm trying to remember now. No. FS Actions, Auto Cruise. Make sure you've got Auto Step Climb set to yes. And then once you've done that, you should be able to hit that button there, top of the tablet, Auto Cruise. And if you want to increase your sim rate, you can also press that button there to increase your sim rate. I might have missed this earlier. Has anyone else said? Has anyone said if that Istanbul freeware scenery is any good? Do you have to include an install of the ground Bing map stuff, or it hasn't been updated for 3 years? That's all. One of those things. I'm a little bit curious, a bit curious as to how safe it is to use these days. A lot has been updated in the sim since. Scott saying, what does everyone think about the upcoming Wing hardware announced at FS Expo? Just wow, much more affordable. It's, yeah, certainly the Boeing stuff looks really good. I know they've attracted a bit of criticism from the buttons. People have said are soft buttons that might be prone to breaking, but I'd like to think you'd get a couple of years out of it, and $150, 2-3 years later, if it broke, I wouldn't mind. If I was paying any more than that, then I would be a bit miffed. Certified Production saying, would anyone happen to know how long a 1,000 nautical mile flight is? It's about 3 hours, approximately. Oscar Papa, so for the first Osprey Airways 777 route, we want to go out of Manchester, which might be tomorrow. Mike, I'm not sure then. It'd be worth digging into the manual, see if you've just missed one button somewhere. Dan says, hi, good afternoon, loving the 777. Does anyone know if there's a flight attendant call button? Yeah, you've got to use the PA system down here. You can go cabin interphone, for example, there, and then it can it'll open up which door area, which cruise station you might want to call. BKG says, I think the payware is really well made. The Istanbul payware? Let me have a quick Google. It's by Scenery TR. Oh, it looks a bit basic, doesn't it? But it's, how many pounds? 16 quid including VAT, Chuffing bit pricey. And the last update from January says, I hope they create a version 2 because this version feels really outdated and dead. Mainly the interior and terminal. Istanbul's terminal from inside is like a big shopping airport mall with its iconic yellow shaped pillars. I hope they remodel the terminal with an accurate rendition. Quick refresh of the VATSIM stats. What do we got? So exciting seeing this many aeroplanes. 808 777-300s now. Oof. On VATSIM. Luke, good afternoon. How are you? Is this made by Scenery TR? No, it's not, is it? Don't know who that's been made by. The last time the freeware was updated was Sim Update 5, which shows you how long ago it was updated. Peyton, no idea, no idea. But at one point, over 6,000 were sold in 3 minutes, or 6,000 was stacked into an order block, like a batch, within 3 minutes, which is insane. So a hell of a lot of them, basically. Bucky, thank you, welcome. Ian's asking there if Mathis is still around. Is the SDK going to be released to the community so they can get programs like SPAD, Next and MobiFlight working for peripherals? Good question. I don't know the answer to that myself. Big little spacebar to reset the drone camera horizon. There we are. Arnaf says, what do you think about the 777G90 sounds? Does it not feel a bit off? I think I'm quite happy with them personally. Maybe a little bit more of a buzzsaw kind of noise, only slight for flight deck, but don't forget this is 10 meters longer than the 777-200, and most of us are going to be used to the noise in the cabin. Certainly when I've jump seated in the past in one of these, it's quite a nicely insulated area, so you don't get the roar of the G90s like you might think in the flight deck. Agalos says, can you make it real time, which is about midnight, and have a little look at all the lighting? Sure. Boink. How's that? For an office view. Turn the dome light off. Snazzy, right? Find the cabin. Yes, found it. You walk into the cabin area. Oh, it's so dark. All the lights are off. Everybody's in a sleep period at the moment. See the emergency exit light though. We'll go back to this time. Yeah, it'll bugger the chrono a little bit, but we'll get sunset into Sydney. Aglos, the cabin doesn't have lights is because during the night, after the in-flight meal service that they simulate with the dynamic lighting, there'll be a period of time after takeoff where the lights will be on during nighttime flights, but then in the cruise they'll all be switched off. There'll be that bed down period that you get in flights. Man, that's epic. Somebody's asking about sim rate. I just mentioned it a second ago. It's literally that button there. It says sim rate 1x. Ian, yeah, there's always one, isn't there? Where's the one git with their reading light on but isn't reading? That's one of my pet peeves on a night flight. On off yet. If in the flight deck here, bearing in mind we can't even see the engines. Look, whereas on the 777-200 you might see the wingtip, but you still wouldn't see the engines. A320 you do see the engines, but because of that you're super close. You're only a couple of meters from those engines. You're going to hear them. This you're what 20 meters in front of the engines or something like that. 15 meters in front of the engines. So you're going to hear bits. But it's not going to be the roar of a GE90 in the flight deck, because otherwise all the pilots would be A, choosing to fly something else, or B, going deaf. Pocky's asking what do we do typically during a 6-hour cruise. Well, your wind data is already imported. So like here, for example, if I want to look at non-id, there we go. We've already done that within the uplink. So we can see the different wind speeds at different altitudes and the relevant temperatures of that waypoint. It's already in the jet, but we would be monitoring fuel burn, we'd be monitoring progress updates, we'd be looking at, for Oceanic, we might have to do position reports, depending on where we're flying, that sort of thing. But it's very much more of a monitoring thing, certainly on the longer flights. Is your MSFS setting set to headset mode? Where do you mean? I think it is set to headset. But then you're probably going to run out of fuel by the time you arrive, Pocky, so you'd need to divert because you won't have planned your route properly if that's the case. On AF, yep. The 777 is similar to the 787. They actually share the same type rating. Anthony Welcome says he read that PMDG got 20 downloads every second for 4.5 minutes. Incredible, isn't it? Layback developer. Very exciting. Where are you going to fly with it? Or are you just going to kind of get in and explore on the ground for a little while? There's that raffle link again for anybody wanting to potentially win the Turtle Beach Velocity 1 flight yoke. James, interesting. That's not good. Let's have a quick check of the weather in good old Sydney. It's been a long time since we flew to Sydney, actually. Flight information. ATIS request. YSSY. And we'll go for VATSIM source. Send. Yeah, I can't check at the moment, Lone Gamer, because if I do and I pause, I've got an aeroplane 2 minutes behind us and it will start to cause issues with spacing. So that's going to have to be something I'm going to check on the ground when we get to Sydney, if anything. I tend to not pause unless I really have to for some wild issue on VATSIM. Anthony, good effort. Laid back, I did, yeah. I read on the forums that a couple of people had somehow purchased the 777-900, thinking it was this 777. I don't know how. People do the weirdest things. And then they're trying to make out that it was somehow a problem with the website. Bizarre. Not a particularly easy mistake to make, I must add. It does, Matthew, yeah, it's a big old clue. Yeah, I would imagine enough people are still flocking to the website and continuing to purchase. Speaking of which, let's have a look at the stats. It was 808 a minute ago, it's still 808. Active connections of the 777-300ER. No any key. It's asking, do I use FS Realistic? No, I don't. If I'm honest, I personally think I found it very unrealistic, which I know is a bit of a weird thing to say, given the name of the product. But I found it was very good for general aviation. But beyond that, it wasn't particularly good. I personally felt, anyway. It's putting a lot of extra sounds in that you don't really need. Wind noise, which is insanely loud. Head bobbing, which is a bit weird. All this stuff I get. For general aviation, it's actually quite good, but I personally found FS Realistic very unrealistic. So it's not a product I'd personally recommend. I've uninstalled it and have had it uninstalled for a very long time now. That didn't come through, did it? Let's go on to PMDG. Let's see what we get from that. It's the same with all these weather products that people are buying, any key. I suppose some people are chasing certain things in their own sim experience, but for me personally, I fly with default weather, default clouds, and MSFS for me looks like this. So I'm not going to start risking putting like special effects products all over the sim because I don't need it. You know, I'm happy with the contrails on most aircraft except for the Phoenix. I don't like those big candy floss contrails that they do on the A320. But in the main, I think the visuals and everything and the environment within the sim as it is by default is actually very, very good in itself without having to plaster a load of add-ons all over it. Yeah, even SimFX, I don't use it. We've got contrails, and I get we don't get the cloud buffeting over the wings and all that sort of stuff. But if I haven't got it, there's nothing for me to miss. That's my argument. It's just more stuff to buy, isn't it? And like you guys, I haven't got an unlimited budget. I've still got to try and save up because I've got a £2,900 tax bill to clear. So I've got to watch the pennies and choose what I buy very carefully. And I only use what I recommend. Let's have a look, see how crazy the network is again. Oceanic's looking pretty busy. Oh my goodness, look at K-Pay, Everett. There's a chain of aeroplanes going to San Francisco out of Payne Field. There's our datalink text, and that's looking rammed again still. People still 2, 3, 4 deep, parking on top of one another there. That's actually insane. And then we look at London Heathrow. That's busy as well. Look, aircraft all out, flying out already, heading to JFK and things. Oh my days, look at that. Terminal 5 is chock-a-block. Doesn't beat Doobs though. Let's go back to Doobs. Look at this absolute insanity. That's about probably 45th, about 60% of all the stands taken up there. Even Doha's starting to get busy, look. Now that that Qatar livery's been released on flightsim.to. Very good, very cool. Every blip there is a 777-300ER. Alright, we got that datalink chime a minute ago, look, and we've got some Sydney information, so we can start to think about. Go to new messages. That's the PMDG weather data that we requested. Going to move that there so I don't hit the buttons on the throttle by accident. And then this is the VATSIM ATIS. Information Papa, runway 34 foot left for arrivals. Maximum crosswind 4 knots. Dave Young, good afternoon. Press the N key, Liam. You've got to stop mashing buttons, mate. That's all I've seen on our Discord lounge today, is you mashing buttons and breaking stuff. Incel, very good. How are you? Yeah, 7 knot crosswind, 2 knot headwind. Rez, he's coming with us to Sydney, mate. Oh, you pressed slew. Well, that's that buggered then, isn't it? Again, stop mashing buttons. You've got to think what you're pressing. Three, 4 left, wasn't it? Bingo. Right, so we should be getting, this is the Marlin 5 arrival for Sydney that we're going to be doing a little bit later on. Justin's just above there, look, we're starting to see him. Going to undertake him shortly, I think. We're going to run in through Marlin 264 degrees into the descent, working down past Whale below 9,000 feet, just there, and then working through Prawn, and then turning left 187 degrees down to Mamfa, and then Jacqueline, with radar vectors to final. So this section here will be a discontinuity in the aircraft. We don't want to delete that discontinuity because it's meant to be there. So sometimes the discontinuities need to be cleared and you would overwrite it, but actually in this case it's meant to be there. We don't want to delete it. We're gonna have to refer to heading mode at that point, just prior to passing Jacqueline, and we want to make sure our heading bug is aligned with that 155 degrees, unless ATC give us a different vector. But it's going to look a little bit like this. Oh look, waypoint sausage. Be vectors, it'll be kind of across there and then intercept 30 degrees, to then working on to final approach to the ILS. It's going to kind of look a little bit like that. Sausage at 3,000 feet. Is Navigraph pretty much essential for VATSIM flights? It's not essential, but it makes your life a hell of a lot easier. And the fact that you can feed in all of your nav data from a Navigraph subscription into various aeroplanes and all the rest of it, this is it is incredibly good. It is incredibly good, and all of the charts are Jefferson format, so they're all the same format. You don't have to look at different versions and all the rest of it. Zero, no pre-shade, no reshade, no anything. It's all default, mate. Ron's saying, why do we have such an expensive hobby? I've got all of the PMDG modules, Phoenix, all of the DCS maps, and all of the DCS modules, the Warthog HOTAS, and a NASA PC. If I tell the missus what it really cost, I'd be 6 feet under. Yeah, it's expensive, isn't it? There's Justin and his Qantas A330. Yeah, and don't forget, the Universal Flight Tablet has got the chart functionality in it. So for the arrival, we can have a look at our where is it? It was 3, 4 left, wasn't it? We can look at our Cat 2 ILS and have it on the chart there. And we can pop it into good old night mode if we want to as well. He says, having just left the charts on the screen the whole time for you guys. Hopefully you saw that anyway. Yeah, it stops that as well actually. If you've got a Navigraph subscription and you fed all the nav data into the various aircraft like this, you won't have a problem where you're flying into an airport and the MSFS nav data doesn't have that waypoint or that star in its system. Navigraph will have it, so you do get a bit of a difference and improvement. Personally, I recommend the Navigraph Ultimate subscription, which you pay for the whole year in advance, and it actually saves you a little bit of money, but you get access to all the AirRack updates throughout the year, you get access to all the charts, all the nav data to put into the aeroplane add-ons, all that sort of stuff, really good. Dave says, did I hear you say that you've done some basic training videos on the 777? Yes. There's a playlist on the channel dedicated for PMDG 777 tutorials, so have a little look there and you'll find 5 episodes starting cold and dark and just gently working through a full flight from Manchester to Heathrow. And the route is in the description of that first episode as well, so if you wanted to completely replicate that flight, then you can. Hopefully that helps anyway. And I've also put a free checklist, well it's more of a flow list, but we call it a checklist, keep it simple, on flightsim.co that you can download. Tarlin, welcome, about to fly from Everett to London Heathrow for a delivery flight, nice. Simon, welcome. What are you using for your tiller control? I've just got my rudder pedals connected to it, so on the ground it will also turn the tiller. I noticed that as well, swearing motorcyclist, and I did think, my goodness, how much have I spent? Saying there, WingWing tells you in your own account when you log into the WingWing website how much money you've spent with them, which is probably a bit counterproductive. Personally, I'd agree. I wouldn't want to necessarily know. Peter, thanks matey. Saying I watched all your Boeing 777 tutorial videos for the PMDG 777-300ER, and they were all very helpful. Good to hear. No just says I've purchased the 777 but I can't download it and I haven't been given the option to. What do I do? Check your emails. Matthew, good morning mate. How's things with you? How are you liking the triple, he says. I'm loving it. I'm going to have to be properly torn out of this thing. It's great. I feel like I've been able to learn it and get quite comfortable with it very, very quickly. It's a really intuitive aeroplane. And just generally loving it. I can't complain. I can't get out of flying it I can't stop flying it, and each flight I'm learning a little thing here and there, understanding it a little bit more, but yeah, just spectacular. Yeah, the air rack loaded into this is 2404, yeah. It is 2406 though, is the current real world air rack. There's Justin. Let's see if I can get a snazzy screenshot here. It's never as good when we're underneath. It's probably as good as we're going to get. Check just that you haven't got any weird ad blockers or pop-up blockers or anything like that on your browser, then in that case. I'm trying to find the Navigraph thing now, but the forum is actually insane. There are some very oddly demanding people that are just not happy with stuff. I don't understand why. They're complaining about servers breaking when an unprecedented volume of people have all tried to purchase the same thing at the same time. Navigraph. There we go. Close the sim, go to your Navigraph hub, scroll down to find PMDG 777 data, click remove, give it a second, and then click install again. You can either start the sim or go to your community folder and open the PMDG 777 whiskey /config/nav data folder. Make sure the cycle info says 2406. There should be 3 files in the nav data. So those of you with Navigraph, if you're wondering why it still says 240 thinky, then that's why. Allegedly a very simple fix. But I reckon, where's the person with the... Oh, there you go, no, just, yeah, it was your ad blocker, there we go, matey. So now you can download the PMDG 777, having purchased it. Nice work. A lot of people that have had that problem, you might be watching in the background wondering as well if you've had similar. So if you've purchased it and then you've tried to download it and you've put in your auth code that you have from your email, having purchased the aeroplane, if nothing happens at that point, it's probably because you've got like an ad blocker or pop-up blocker or something on your browser. So disable that and try it again, and you'll probably find that the download will kick in. Matthew says there's all sorts of good stuff they've coded, at least on the P3D versions of the triple. You can set up constant max segments by doing /.84, etc. and then end it by doing /econ in the RSK. I'd have to slowly work out how to do that. Carrie says, how does the auto cruise system work? So there's an option in here, we've already looked at it, I won't engage it today though. Auto cruise. There's your options for your auto cruise. If you want it to automatically do your step climbs for you, then select yes. If you want it to pause at top of descent, so you can then come back to it and control your descent and things, tick yes for the second one. And if you want it to manually deal with the auto time compression, then you can select that as well. You can change the up to speeds and all that sort of thing. And then all you've got to do is press that little auto cruise button at the top of the UFT. If I just get really in close there for you guys, see how close I can get. You should be able to see it clearly at this point. There you go. Auto cruise, that little top strip of the tablet there. And sim rate, you can increase it there as well. Charlie Cobb, yeah, I use frame generation with my RTX4090. I've got my sim capped at 60 frames per second in the NVIDIA control panel, and it pretty much just solidly stuck at that. So it's just stuck at 60. It's really good. I get the very similar performance in this to the 737. Very, very smooth. A lot of people on the forums and on Facebook and things as well saying the same thing. Various system spec, all saying that it's very, very smooth for them. How do you move the tablet? Four different areas actually. You can click here, so you can just see there's a little suction cup mark there, right? Hopefully you can see it. There you go. That's a bit clearer. You can see that little bit of contrast there. That is a click spot for the suction cup. Click there, and the tablet moves to the window. That screw, this holder area here, this square, that moves it back to the center where it does in the background, and then where it says Boeing 777, it moves it to the middle. And if you don't want it, you can stow it down in that little tray by clicking in there, and off it goes. Justin, thanks buddy. Very generous, just gifted 5 channel memberships for some of you guys watching today. Welcome to Peyton, Talon's Aviation, Carry Railfan, Lone Gamer, you two, and Certified Productions. You guys have got a channel membership for 1 month, courtesy of Justin. Welcome on board. Make sure you head to the Discord server and link your YouTube account into your Discord user settings, and it will give you access into our club lounge. Matthew says, yeah, so decide what fix you want to start the constant Mac at, and put .84/ like it was a constraint next to it, and then find the fix where you want it to end, and put econ in the same place. Ooh. So, if I do it here for Olril, which is coming up, so we go .84/, and then we do econ/ the nonid. Hey, constant Mac. Look at that. Live demonstration of a cool feature. Thanks, Matthew. Matthew's a real pilot, by the way, folks. He's taught me how to fly the CRJ, all sorts of stuff. Like this. Flo Calla says, really excited for the MD-11 from TFDI and the 727 coming soon. Hopefully they won't disappoint. It's good times indeed for flight simmers. What have we got? Econ Cruise, descent, forecast is done. Ben Laughter, thanks for subscribing, welcome. Ian says, where's the gravity gear drop? It's just there, mate. I'm not going to click it. You know what'll happen. I will move across to Microsoft Flight Simulator 24, Koisus. Absolutely. Very much excited for that. Three, 4 left. Still got a fair old way to go. So what we've done is we've put that constant Mac at Olril look, Mac decimal 84 that Matthew's just showed us, and then down at Nonid we've asked it to go back to Econ Cruise, and we've got Econ there just below Nonid. Really cool little feature I didn't actually know was included until now. Charlie, yeah, GSX does work with the 777, but it's not officially supported yet. We'll have to wait for a patch from GSX over the next week or so, I would imagine. Whitley, how did they go? Sorry, Whitey, how did they go? Just have a quick check at Allrail, what our fuel performance is. Should be estimated fuel on board 16.3. 17.4, look at that. We've been very efficient today. Ryan, yeah, we showed that at the start of the stream, so go back and I'll show you. There's 3 click things you have to do. You click that bit of key click spot there, followed by the handle, and then you spin the little crank handle there as well. Aglos says, let's say you managed not to go zero money and you passed Speedbird Academy. Which aeroplane would be your aircraft goal and you'd want to fly with? The A350-1000, absolutely. For me, anyway. It's an absolute stunner of an aircraft. Let's get some wing views for a little bit. I was meant to fly on the A350 for FS Expo. I was going to go fly at Phoenix and then up to Vegas, but so I had to cancel the trip, sadly. But that was going to be my first experience of the A350 as a passenger. Whitey, enjoy! Glenn, I've got 5 episodes ready for you, mate. Is that icing on the engine centre cone? No, that's basically the end, the nipple. I think, I might be wrong, but I think it's that spinner design is designed so that if birds are flying towards the aeroplane, or they would look at the aeroplane in flight, they would see a flash and they would know to try and avoid it, and it's like an anti-bird strike thing. Yeah, got to get a big ladder to boot that one, Matthew. That's one thing I regret not doing. It was like a thing that a lot of the girls did when I was cabin crew. They'd climb up into the engine and they'd sit down next to the fan blades and they'd get a picture. And I never did because I was always worried about damaging the engine. But I wish I did get a picture like that. So motorcyclists, yeah, they said all add-ons should work, but no one will really know until MSFS 2024 actually arrives. Justin, no. Again, it's a product I'd never use, I don't think. Flight panels, error lens. So a lot of the Stream Deck products, I use my Stream Deck obviously for the stream, so I can't then use it for managing the aeroplane. Actually, I was below, wasn't I? Which means the plane's above us. There we go. I'm not going to do that, Cyclone. Yeah, look, if I was a bird now, it kind of looks like those spinners are flashing. Jeff, good morning. She certainly is. Look at that. And that ever so slight gentle movement of that wing there. Dave, good stuff. I haven't tried Cyclone because obviously I wouldn't want to in flight, so I haven't given it a go. I'm going to have a quick check how many connections there are on VATSIM again on the 777-300, bear with. Was it 808 before, wasn't it? It's gone down to 793 now. You need to somehow monitor that. Joe says he's picked up the 777 last night, downloaded it, set it up at 6 AM this morning before work, can't wait to learn how to fly it. Great video, good stuff. Yeah, you're going to love it, it's so good. Plane Spotter Chandler, welcome on board, thanks for subscribing. 9-bit dog, good morning matey. Gonna be doing a flight to LAX from Everett and then LAX to Chicago, worth every penny he says. Yeah, 100%. That's some good flying there. You're basically going to spend the whole day jetting around. Transcontinental, isn't it? They call it in America. Which we just call domestic flying. It's just domestic flight. Transcontinental. It's a good question, Dave. I'm not sure. The weather time. I'm just going to move to night time a second. Look at those lights. Oh! The strobe is so bright. Big flash. BTR, quite like the new uniform. It's about time they did a bit of an update for it. Emirates need to update their uniform. It's like 25 years old and it looks ancient. It's awful. I hate the cabin inside Emirates as well. It's horrible. It's like we're walking back into like the millennium. I haven't seen the play uniforms, Rav. I'm going to have to Google it. Oh, it's actually like sweater and jeans and trainers. That's incredible. I thought it was going to be a bit inappropriate, but it's literally just tracksuit bottoms. Matthew says they give it a different name because of the different level of service on board. So Transcons are full lay flat beds, soon to be pods, an international style 3 class layout and international catering. Nice, makes sense. I mean, they're long flights, aren't they? A domestic for us in the UK is an hour and a half long, not 5 hours long. Guten Tag, Dennis. Sorry to hear that, mate. Hopefully you won't be waiting long and you'll be happily at work again in no time. Ed, hello. Speaking of old cabins, Jeff says, the TFDI Designs MD-11 has got a super retro cabin. We can basically smell the cigarette smoke. I haven't seen it. I genuinely haven't seen it. I've been trying for about 2 months now to get my hands on the TFDI Designs MD-11, and they won't send it just yet. I'm hoping in the next week I'll have access to it, but I have a feeling that they won't send it until it's launched on the, was it the 2nd of July? Bit frustrating because I kind of want to celebrate the launch, but it does take a few days to kind of learn these aeroplanes. Obviously, prior to the live stream and the videos I've recorded for this and the preview for this, I spent about 4.5 hours flying the 777 without recording anything, just to kind of get my head around some of the functions of it. But I have heard good things. Jeff, me too. Saying that I hope at some point you can get the ANA on Nippon Star Wars liveries on this aircraft. Although in real life I think they're on the Dreamliners, aren't they? I think the 777s for ANA, have they got Pokemon liveries on these? I have to do a quick Google. Oh, they've got a BB-8 livery, and they've got Pokemon. They've got Pokemon. Yeah, the new Pokemon 777-300 actually, which flew into Heathrow the other day, and I took a picture of it. That would be mega. That's what I want. That'd be really cool. So yeah, there's a Star Wars BB-8 livery, and then they've got the brand new Pokemon livery, which is incredibly good. Dave, no, I wish. Sadly not. I'm not rich enough to be a pilot. Yeah, it's got to be good, Aaron. That's why, yeah, if they can send it to me early enough, I can have a little flight offline while I've got chance on a day off. Make a video to celebrate its release. Have a little play around with it. You know, learn it a little bit. But I can feel myself just getting sucked back into the 777. To be fair. Henry says, how do you dump excess fuel? I currently have too much fuel as indicated by the message on the FMC. Have a little look. Up in your overhead. Let me just turn the overhead panel. Is it that one? You know, we'll turn the logo light off. We don't need that. Your fuel jettison. Fuel to remain, you can pull it on, you can turn it, there will be a figure on here that you want to then set, and you arm it, and then you can open the nozzles on to jettison fuel. Oh, Justin, yeah, with DCS installed, my MVMEs are starting to fill up a little bit now. But even, you know, this has kind of reawakened my passion for MSFS again. Which is why I was dabbling in DCS a fair bit. But I do need to get back into DCS. It's great fun. Especially when they're, I think next week, going to be releasing the Chinook and the Afghanistan map, which is going to be really cool. Really looking forward to that. I just wish I didn't have to spend like a whole day setting up keybinds with DCS. I just wish that it was a bit more logical. You know, like it recognised the hardware that you've got, and it'd be like, okay, you want these keybinds, here they are, go learn them. But it doesn't quite work like that. Ahmed, welcome. Says he's just got his 777 while he usually does his inaugural flights using Qatar Airways. Thought he'd switch it up. He's doing Dubai to Copenhagen. Nice. Cool route. There is there are 2 Qatar Airways liveries now, I believe, or at least 1 Qatar Airways livery on flightsim.to, Ahmed, that you can download if that's any help. A lot of people have been enjoying those today already. Max, where can you get the aeroplane? There's a link in the description down below, mate. And that'll take you straight to the PMDG website. And you'll be able to pick it up for $77.73. Ooh, Atarium Liveries has been at work uploading some, have they? They make some of the best liveries. I think we peaked at 808 active connections to the 777-300ER on VATSIM, folks. It's gone down to 795 now. Primo, yeah. The Pilot's Life Chapter 2 should work if you're playing on PC. Dorman, good morning. How are you? Let's have a quick look at flightsim.to, shall we? So this is all the add-ons currently available on flightsim.to for the 777-300ER. Oh yeah, look at that, Terrarium liveries. Oh, absolutely spectacular. Look at that. New and old. Oh, that's insane. Look at the detail in that. Absolutely remarkable. The oh, he's actually done the entire cabin as well. How has he done that so fast? That's incredible. He's even done the skylighting. Oh, well, that is taking it to a whole nother level, hasn't it? That's on flightsim.to. My goodness. Oh my god, that is incredible. That's insane. That's so impressive. What do we want? Let's hold on. We'll go back to this. Oops. There we go. Filter by aircraft. So this is everything currently available for the PMDG 777-300ER. We've got Air New Zealand's 777 that we're using today by Tabus. There's my 777 summarised playlist that you can download for free as well. We've had over 1,000 downloads already, which is great to see lots of people enjoying. There's all blacks livery. There's that Atarium 777 livery, which is just spectacular. Steve Drar has painted that BA livery that we used yesterday for Bravo Delta, and he's got a United, Spirit of United old school livery there as well. Anarood's got a Qatar pack ready. Steve Drar's got Air Canada, the toothpaste livery, a couple of custom view pages. We've got All Nippon Airways, Delta, Qantas fictional livery, Latam as well there. Got 2 Latam liveries. And that's everything in that category so far. Let me just... how do I search? It's not going to let me do it on this, is it? Oops. Newest first. No, somebody mentioned earlier the Star Wars livery. Oh! 4 hours ago. Now we're talking. There you go. Ready. Cool. Yeah, the livery creators that are creating liveries, Aaron, they're saying there's more than actually what we've just seen. They need to categorise it properly in the search function. Oh yeah, there's loads more. Hold on. This is probably why I was scratching my head yesterday thinking I can't get my head around which to fly. Qatar, Emirates, MGA, Hangzhou Airlines, Lufthansa fictional. There's the couple of Cathays in there. China, Saudi, Nordwind. 4 pages, wow. I want the ANA Pokemon as well. Agilos, Swiss, Turkish, Virgin Australia. Global Wings, Virgin Australia, repaint again there. Deuce Legend, VA. TAM, old school. Air New Zealand Hobbit. There you go. Somebody was asking about that earlier. Ta-da! Insane. That's actually all ready to download. One World JAL, One World Cathay, PIA, got Qatar, Air India as well, Air Austral, TAM, old school Air New Zealand there, 2 old school Air New Zealand liveries there actually. Philippines Airlines, which is nice to see. Quite a few Latams. The Silk Route PIA special edition livery by Steve Jar again. I think that is most of them. Yeah, that's all of them. Snazzy. It's quite a good selection to choose from already, and it's not even been 24 hours since it's released. Like Agalos saying, only 1 day and we've already got a wide selection of liveries. You've got to push the brakes, the pedals, Certified Productions. It's been mentioned a few times now. People keep saying the brakes are bugged. They're not, it's user error. People aren't using them properly. Mikhail, there's a couple of files for wing views. I haven't uploaded one myself yet though. I can upload these if you wish. I'll have to take a couple of screenshots. Push them as in press the brake pedals. Ben saying, I've noticed your nose is pitched up during cruise. Is that normal? Yeah, absolutely. Most aircraft will have about 2 degrees nose up in pitch. Forgot number 8. Sun's beaming at the moment. Number 9. And 0 to see that lovely bit of wing flex. That'll do. What's a cockpit reveal at Agalos? But that is level flight, Ben, don't forget. We're 2.5, 3 degrees nose up, perfectly fine. Most aeroplanes will be like that. That white line is the horizon. If we were kind of having the nose pointing at the horizon, we'd actually probably be descending. Or we've really badly loaded the aeroplane, and we've got a horrendous centre of gravity. It also depends on speed, Ben. So if we were flying slower now, if we were flying nearer to like 230 knots, the nose is going to pitch higher because it's still having to try and achieve the same amount of lift to maintain the altitude. So check your speed as well. That sounds like the Windows file path too long issue, Dorman, again. Can't remember how to solve that myself. Fox is thinking of a Tag Angola Airlines flight for his first route. They've got a few tasty short routes for the 777-300. Mafaric, no, absolutely not. I won't be downloading any Russian stuff, any liveries, nothing. Nearly all of the aircraft on VATSIM at the moment are 777-300s. It's amazing. Ahmed says GSX profile when? Not sure. It's just depending on how quickly FS Dream Team can configure GSX to work with this aircraft. Cyclone says, do you know how to get distance rings to appear? When I press terrain, for example, they don't appear. That's because terrain is a different mode. You need to press traffic. Or well, they didn't actually turn off for me then. There we go. So terrain actually activates it for me on this, but it might depend on the livery. But again, otherwise you want traffic mode on. Goslook, welcome. Make sure I've actually got that on properly. TAR8, good. Because I was fiddling around. It might be a Cyclone. It will probably be a function in here. So menu. PMDG setup aircraft displays. Range arcs on. Make sure that's on. It might be off. What have we got? 320 nautical miles to top of descent still. Wow. Also look, the 777-300ER from PMDG is $77.73 US dollars. I can't see that overlay. That's powered by Volanta. So let me just load the stream up on my phone so I can actually work out what you're on about there. Because I can't actually see it. Might because we were fiddling with time. Cruising, ETA. It says ETA 1507. That's Zulu time in real time, don't forget. I'm in the UK. That means we've got about an hour and 8 minutes to go. That's how long we've got. So that's correct. That's fine. I think so, Goslook. They're all subjective. People want insanely loud sounds in this. I don't understand why. Nabil, welcome. Yeah, Aglos, it's just the time difference. So that's Zulu time or UTC or GMT. It's the same kind of thing. They all mean the same thing. The 737 is not obsolete. No, that still works very well. Still an awesome product. Felix, it's epic. Really, really good. Loving it. Oh wow, now there are 830 connections on VATSIM of the 777-300ER. That's just jumped up massively. Another like 50 people have just connected in the last couple of minutes. And to give you a little idea of actually how big that statistic is, the next biggest connection by airframe is the A320, and that has 132 active connections. The Boeing 737-800 has 109 active connections. So all of the other aircraft connected on the entire network combined still doesn't even reach half of the amount of 777-300ERs currently on VATSIM. That's incredible. And yeah, that's not counting IVAO, and that's not counting offline pilots either, because there's a whole load of those flying around in their triples as well at the moment. It's going to be over 1,000, probably over 2,000 flying around. Matthew said they all want a migraine after a flight. They don't realise just how quiet flight decks actually are, except for the original batch of 737NGs, of course. Another reason to never bid to fly the 737. Yeah, it's like I said earlier on, it's actually quite an insulated, tranquil space, especially being so far away from those engines, as big as they are. I think they've nailed the sounds, personally. They've had a lot of flack about the sounds, but I think they've got them right. Granted, I've not sat in this seat for real in flight, but I've sat there quite a few times in the triple, and I've sat in the back as cabin crew over many, many, many flights as well. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we've been having a look through the flight. All the active connections. This is everything on Volanta and VATSIM at the moment, right? Now if I filter this to aircraft and I go B77 Whiskey, add filter, doesn't filter too much, does it? That is all of the 777-300s currently being flown by people in our community around the world. Incredible. Tokyo is pretty busy, looking really alive, but yeah, it's Dubai that's absolutely smashing it at the moment. It's almost like there's a across the pond event going on. It's insane. Look at that. It's just consistently been insanely busy. People are double parking actually there. There's 3 people parked at one stand there, all in 777-300s. And then this big chain of traffic flying all the way back towards Europe. And then Heathrow, Terminal 5 is rammed, and it's all 777s. It's incredible how much of an impact and how much of a buzz this one release has had. Is insane. Nobody ever thought, and I was saying the other day, I was confident this is going to be the biggest release in flight sim history to date, and yeah, it obviously is. Look at the stats that we've been talking about today. It's incredible. By comparison, Doc says, and that's an interesting fact, by comparison in real life there are 503 777s, all types included, in real life right now, of which 281 of them are 777-300ERs all over the world. And currently on VATSIM alone there are 830 active connections for the 777-300ER. It's mega crazy. Oh, plenty of time to enjoy it then, haven't we, Peter? Sam, just mentioned that, mate. Literally a second ago. Those lines there are your range rings. You might have a livery installed, so not all of the liveries, it depends on airline options. The airline options might not have the range rings in there, depending on the mode that you've got. But you've got to go menu, PMDG, aircraft displays, page 4, range arcs on. And then you've got to have a relevant mode on, so like traffic. Terrain might give you the mode, depends on the livery. Weather again might give you the mode, depends on livery. Yeah, we're breaking all kinds of records today, guys. Look. As Jeff's saying, we're witnessing flight sim history in the making, absolutely. Pete Calispera says it seems like the PMDG peeps can pay the rent for a few more days. Hopefully they're enjoying the well-earned success of this product and enjoying seeing everybody enjoy it. They're having a great time flying around the world with it as well. Nabil, that's okay. I can't talk about what I do, unfortunately. I do work at the airport at Heathrow, but I can't talk about what I do. Yeah, there's a lot flying across the pond at the moment. The Atlantic is busy. Almost probably as busy as real life, if not busier. But even, you know, the Pacific Ocean is really busy as well. Look at that chain of pilots flying, and they're all coming out of Cape A, Everett. All of them flying out of Everett. A couple out of San Francisco and a few others. And then you look at that and there's a big old chain going down to San Francisco from Everett as well. So it's superb, the response to this. Never seen anything like it. And yeah, guys, look, we are down here, crossing the ditch. A couple of merry 777s. A couple of guys have got screenshots again. Look at that, lovely. Liam behind Zato. Oh, now that is fantastic, Liam. Get that one of those, pick one, and submit that to the Threshold competition on their Discord server, because that one of those might well win. One of those sunset ones like that's spectacular. That's a big square image. Well, that's a bit bright. My eyes. Very arty. We know what you've been doing in cruise today. Ian, Osprey 2472 in the All Blacks. Right up somebody's chuff there. Nope, meow, overtake. Such a corker of a livery, that, isn't it? It's an awesome livery, that all black one. And New Zealand 566 Hotel. We've got Carlitos doing well to catch up actually there. Good effort. Osprey 784. There's Melbourne Centre online, but unfortunately no Sydney. Boo. Kind of hoping we'd get something. We've got ground online, which is great. Sarp says, do you think I should get the Fenix A320 or the PMDG 777? Hands down, get the 777. It's insane, it's so good. It's awfully specific, Liam. David, good morning. Says it goes to show, don't release a product until it's ready. PMDG has always lived by this rule, at least in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, it works, doesn't it? None of this early access pre-order gumph, which upsets people, all of that sort of stuff. They just knuckle down, keep their heads down, get it busy, give us updates where we can, and then release it when it's ready. And, you know, look at the buzz, look at the excitement from us all. It's great. Blender, I've tried to learn it so many times, Nabil. It is an absolute headache. I've really struggled with Blender. James, welcome. Good morning. Any key there saying PMDG deserve it? To be fair, it's an epic release, 100%. Liam says, where's the screenshot competition? It's in the Threshold Discord server. You have to pick one. Read the rules, pick one, upload it with a description including what simulator you used. So you put on there sunrise over the ditch out of New Zealand in the PMDG 777 and Microsoft Flight Simulator as a description, and then upload one picture. If it was me choosing one of your pictures, Liam, I would pick maybe that one. Let me just review these again. Yeah, I'd probably pick that one. But I don't know, images are so subjective, aren't they, again? Chris, hello, the clock. It's not an option in this livery, if that makes sense. But I've got a little UTC counter there, look. And estimated time, or en route time, 1 hour 57, sorry. Yeah, the Speedbird livery from yesterday had a clock there in the panel, didn't it? A little chrono. This one doesn't have it, so it's very livery dependent. Ahmed, to be honest, I'm excited for the Anybuilds A350 as well, but if it is as bad as their A320 version 2 that they've made for Sobo, then I'm not looking forward to it at all. If I'm being frankly honest, that is disappointing beyond belief. It's such an awful quote update to a default aircraft. It's still just as bad as it was before with a couple of tweaks. It's awful. I would never use that again. And if that's their standard, then I've lost a lot of hope for the A350, sadly. It's hard to work out how good it's going to be. Their A310's got a couple of bugs with it. The A300's got a couple of bugs with it as well. But that is, admittedly, quite a fun aeroplane to fly as well. Quite a good aeroplane. But it's got a lot of bugs that they haven't really squashed. Instead, they've just spent the money they've spent the time taking the money off Microsoft. And yeah, me too. Looking forward to the A380. No official GSX support for this yet, Lewis. We'll have to wait a few days for that to be updated. Yeah, so we're probably thinking just above Aerosoft level of good. So quite average. If we're going to consider the release of the A300 similar to that of the A350. It's going to be around that. Exciting nevertheless. Udavir, what's the maximum range of the 777? It depends on the version. I think it's 777-300ER. It's something like oh, let's see. I'll have to Google it now. Can't remember. $13,650 kilometers, which is 11,862 nautical miles. A long way. It can fly quite happily for like 14, 15 hours. Michelle, welcome. Our fuel burn hasn't been what we expected. Yeah, we'll get you to France. Quite often it will do like LA to France and the other way as well. Nabil says the longest 777 flight he's done was Auckland to Doha, a solid 17 hours. Wow, really? Rab, you broke them. Literally, we're like the other day, we're early, well even 10 minutes ago. God, I've spent £300 on my bike, I can't do it. Rab, downloading the 777. You're going to love it. Just look at what you're about to experience, Rab. Look at that, resistance is futile. Ah, PayPal paying 3, sneaky, like it. Breaks it down into a bit more of an affordable package then, isn't it? Pay over 3 months. Andy's saying, by the way, how big is the download? It's a good question. I can't. Hold on, let me find out. I think I've got it here somewhere. 1.32 gigabytes compressed. That's as a zip before you actually open the installer. Installed total installation size around 4 gigabytes, Sato saying there. The next aircraft, James, is going to be the 777-200F, 200LRF, I think it is. Stretch our legs and go for a little walk, shall we? Pop the door closed behind us. Have a little look out the window. I used to love looking out the window like this, out the side of the door. Somebody asked if that handle is animated. I'm not sure if it is. And actually, if that is, this lever here should also be animated, but I haven't got any custom views set up to check that, so I'm not sure. Do you notice how now the lights have come back a little bit brighter now? I think it's about 50%. Jeff, yeah, you could start with the 777 and have a little look at my tutorial playlist for it that I've set up. So on this channel there is a Boeing PMDG 777 tutorial series that will help you get started basically. But you've got to obviously understand some basic principles of flight as well, around pitch, roll, that kind of thing. Such a big aeroplane, look at that. Thanks, Michelle. Hopefully we do. Makes field memories. James, it is $77.73 in US money. But let's look out the window right at the back. Can't really see. There's your crew rest, but it's obviously not modelled. Wonder if there's any other little Easter eggs anywhere. Because they did say have a look around and see what you can find. Oh, line gamer, fair enough. Still cabin crew. Trigo. This is translate view as a setting basically, so it allows me to just walk around the aircraft. And I'm using the little kind of mini joysticks that are on the Boeing TCA yoke. Through premium into club. Justin, yeah, it's meant to be 1 degree hotter today than it was yesterday, but I've managed to kind of get a little bit of aircon from another room with another fan set up which pushes it down the landing, down the corridor in my house into the flight sim room. So I'm getting a tiny little bit of, I mean a really tiny little bit of cooler air today. And I'm also just sitting here in shorts and that's it, because it is baking. It is so hot. Front galley. Little cupboard. Free rest. Oh, they've not modelled it. Flight deck door. Boink. Back into the office. It's a pretty cool office. Clipper, no, there's air conditioning isn't really a thing here, to be fair. I said yesterday I was trying to think about getting an air conditioning unit actually installed, a proper one in the flight sim room, on the wall, plus one in the bedroom upstairs, but really frustratingly the company was basically quoting like £7,000 for it, which is way more than I can afford. I probably won't be able to afford that for a very long time, so we're kind of stuck with just having it as it is, really. Yeah, Matt, that's the thing. It's not really a thing in the UK, so... I mean, I've got, as Andy's saying now, he says, just make you jealous, he's got an EcoFlow Wave 2, which has cooled his home office to a steady 19 degrees Celsius, which is really nice. I've got in our bedroom a big aircon mobile unit. It's cost me £600. Justin, yeah, it's so that it's hidden, so that you can you can't preempt seeing an issue like a tail strike and then pressing emergency. 160 nautical miles to top of descent. Let's have a quick check of the ATIS. Mohammed, that sounds like user error, because I think this handles wonderfully. I think it feels heavy, it responds like there is a lot of inertia. It's bang on. So I don't know what you're doing to control the aeroplane to say that it's flying badly, but it doesn't. Let's send that off. I mean, we hand flew the departure for the first 2 or 3 minutes. If you want to go and check that out, it was really good. Saying hello. Yeah, it should be, as long as you got the controls set up nicely. I can't do that at the moment, Mohammed. because I'll have to pause, and we're on VATSIM, and I've got a couple of aeroplanes behind me, which I don't really want to cause issues for. Yeah, that's part of the problem, Silas. Bing bong. There's our little data link. 3-4 left for arrivals. Lovely, that'll do. Cancel. So, let's go into the descent planning, folks. Charts. I've got the exact same profile hemo for the 737 setup for this, so the same sensitivities and all that kind of thing. So we're expecting 3-4 left, which as you can see on the left hand side on the charts, 5 knot crosswind, 2 knot tailwind for this arrival. We're going to do the Marlin 5 arrival, Marlin transition, and then we're going to go on to ILS 3-4 left. So, departure arrivals, Sydney arrivals, ILS 3-4 left, Marlin 5, execute. We're going to have a quick look at the legs page, and we're going to compare against the charts. So we can see Bicus at or above 8,000, and that's in there, look. Followed by Whale at or below 9,000. Speed down to 240 knots. And then left turn Mantha targeting, Prawn. And then it wants us to go to Tessat. Bicus, cross Whale, out or below 9, tracks 264 to Prawn. Cross Prawn at or above 6,000, then tracked 264 to Tessat, so that's actually correct. So let's just remove these. We're then going through Prawn over Sydney Airport. So we're going to transition over the airfield, and then it's radar vectors to final. So we're going to have to sort ourselves out with a bit of a downwind entry, working round to then join the ILS approach like that. Which is why there's a discontinuity there. So that discontinuity on the FMC that you can see, we're not going to delete, because it's actually meant to be there. And then as we work round on this approach, around about here, where this end of the final arrow is there, that big blob of red that I've just painted, we'll then move into final approach, which is the initial approach fix of Sausage. 12-mile final, or 13-mile final to the threshold. Running in on an inbound course of 335 degrees. And we need to make sure that the ILS frequency is set correct. 110.1. And then we've got the missed approach in there as well. So we're going to go Navrad page, 110.1, 335 degrees. That's all set correct. Good. And we don't really need to worry about anything else with that. I had a sausage sandwich for breakfast, Doc, in fact. Ah, Justin, that's not good, mate. And then Cat 2 ILS, rad out 102. So we're going to pop that up there. Flick the collar. Pop 102 in the box. We can have a little look at review, flight info, uplinks, which is the messages that we've had returned to us. Information Sierra, runway 34 left. But arrivals, QNH1020, so we can then set that on our primary flight display. So that's all pre-armed and ready. Doesn't say about transition altitudes or levels there for departure, but on the charts, transition level is flight level 110, which is already inside our VNAV descent forecast page. At the top there, transition 110. Perfect. That's what we want. So how do we then know about this discontinuity? How far are we from the airport and all that sort of thing. So when we're thinking about flying that extended downwind leg on the Marlin 5 and we're doing this bit on our own with vectors, how do we know that that 10 nautical mile ring on the charts is roughly displayed on the aeroplane? Well, we can go to fix, and we want runway 34 left. We can pop that in, and then we can pop in we can do a fixed ring of 8 miles, and we can do a fixed ring of 4 miles. We'll pop those two in there. We'll get 2 little fixed rings, which are those green circles around Sydney, 8 miles and 4 miles from the threshold. What we could also do for the vectors, when we're thinking about flying that downwind leg, runway 16 right, which is the opposite to 34 left. I'm just going to make a note of this. Downwind 155 degrees. So roughly, as long as we're 155 degrees, or even 160 degrees, we're going to fly this line out of Tessat quite nicely, and we're going to be perpendicular, is that the word, to the runway. So we'll be flying a nice crisp what do you call it, downwind leg. In relation to the runway though, we've got to do performance calculations. It's a nice long one. We've got that beautiful approach over the bay, and we've got a almost 4 kilometre runway for us to use. Runway vacating though, we've got to work out roughly where we're going to be parking. We've got to think about all of this as we approach our final destination of Sydney today. Gate 61 apparently, which is going to be in the international terminal, I would imagine. Just going to review the charts. Where is it? Parking bays, international. Did I say 61? Yeah, there we go. So that's there. Just going to put 61. So if we brake quickly enough, we can come off at Alpha 2. But then we need to cross 0725, but they're going to be closed anyway, so that's fine. So if we do auto brake 3 and reverse thrust, we'll decelerate quickly enough at Alpha 2 most likely. If not, no worries, we'll just vacate here on Golf, left on Golf. We'll just have to see how we get on with that. So we can go back to, let's clear this, put the tablet up, performance tool, landing en route, 34 left, import aircraft details and weather, auto brake 3, reverses on, it's a big old stop margin that. So I think what we'll do is we'll do auto brake 2, and then we'll do a bit of manual brakes towards the end. Night Justin, sorry about the crash of the desktop. What is that giving us? It's going to be roughly 139. Stand by, folks. Guess what I'm going to try? We've got a lot of cloud rendering in now. ATC log on status. Does anyone know what their Poppy's ACAS is for this? Code for this, MLYWE Centre. Melbourne Centre, good evening. New Zealand 103 heavy, currently flight level 380 over Akalu.
New Zealand 103 heavy, Melbourne Centre engaged, squawk 0206, maintain flight level 380.
Maintain flight level 380, squawk 0206, New Zealand 103 heavy. 2. 06. Oh, Rab. Excellent. Welcome to PMGD. Welcome to PMDG. Does he not have ACARS? Ah, oh well. That'd have been ideal, we could have used it. Oh well. Another time. Order break 2, set on the box. And we want to... We're in the middle of comparing estimate landing weights versus what we Akalu. Just going to do a quick fuel change, a fuel check. 10.2 and we've got 10.4, so we're actually bang on the fuel burn here, which is good. So estimated landing weight 206,640, which I think that's slightly different. So I'm going to go for the heavier option. Lovely job. Init ref. And we'll go flap 30, which is a VREF of 137. 141 is adding 5. No, it's not. 142. Welcome to the club indeed, Ian says there to Rab. One of us, one of us. Alright, everything's all nicely prepped now, and we're 80 miles from top of descent.
Sorry, 789, I think. Clearance, RB7 Alpha.
We can land with flap 25 if you want, Doc. I'm just conscious I'm actually trying to use that high-speed exit. There.
RB7 Alpha.
We'll give it a go.
Runway 2.
Do you guys want to see in the chat 25 or 30 as an answer? Do you want to see flap 25 or flap 30 for the approach? What do you fancy?
Center, hello. New Zealand 77 Whiskey, flight level 380.
New Zealand 77 Whiskey, Oceanic, squawk 1244, maintain flight level 380, same Mach speed.
Roger, squawking 1244, maintaining 1380, currently doing 0.84.
New Zealand 77 Whiskey, Roger, just confirm maintain flight level 380, reduce Mach decimal 80.
Roger, maintain 380, slowing down to 0.80. New Zealand 77 Whiskey.
Velocity 9202 heavy, contact Melbourne approach 132.0. Good day.
What have we got here? Sydney ground.
Approach 132.0, velocity
26.5.
Sorry, 789, when ready, top of descent, descend flight level 130.
So we've got our next frequency pre-tuned, that's Sydney ground.
And New Zealand 103, same Mach speed.
Mach decimal 8 for New Zealand 103 heavy.
New Zealand 103 heavy run, thanks, maintain Mach decimal 84, you're cleared for vent.
We'll go maintain Mach 8 for New Zealand 103 heavy.
New Zealand 103 heavy, thanks. Star clearance, the Marlin 5 arrival, runway 34 left. When ready, descend flight level 250.
Cleared with Marlin 5, 34 left, and when ready descend flight level 250, New Zealand 103. So that's descend when ready. Do you remember earlier on when Matthew was showing us a couple of tips about doing a constant Mach number in flight, and we put in this constraint there and then we put econ at the end. That's a little quirky little function they've coded in that we found out today is a new thing. So now we're going to go into econ cruise again at nonid instead of constant Mach. And then shortly after that, about 30 miles after that, we're going to reach top of descent. So after nonid, we're going to put in flight level 250. Because we've been given descend when ready, we can just wait until top of descent. He's given us a bit of a conditional forward clearance.
Are you asking which approach you'll be in from Melbourne? It'll be the ILS approach.
Drea, the PMDG 777 is going to take weeks for it to get on the marketplace. Unfortunately, the way the marketplace works, it's really slow. It's pretty awful, to be honest. I would recommend highly, just if you're on PC, just buying it direct from PMDG. They are the biggest name in flight sim. You know, it's safe buying from their website. The link is in the live stream in the description for today's live stream. It'll take you straight to the product page as well, if that's any help. And then with that, you get access to all of their updates the second they appear in their operations center. And if you get stuck installing, because I know some people like the simplicity of the installation via the marketplace, just reach out on our Discord server. We'll give you a hand. Dougal, welcome. How exciting. Don't worry, mate, I've got you covered. Have a little look at the playlists on the channel here. I've got a whole load of... well, I've got 5 episodes covering how to fly the 777. Pilot Ramon, welcome. So hopefully that will get you started nice and confidently, Dougal. You'll be absolutely fine. Magneteef, thanks for subscribing as well.
NS 177 Whiskey Star clearance available.
How are you, Badger? Hope your little day was okay.
Zato,
I think that's you, 77 Whiskey. He's trying to give you star clearance.
1261. Maintain flight level 320.
121261.
Yeah, Drea, yeah, you certainly can. Because they're all standalone, they're all separate. My advice is to never buy anything from the marketplace unless you really, really have to.
We're ready to copy our clearance.
177 Whiskey, stand by.
No, Magknife, that's a pretty swish upgrade. 60 frames per second, Mefaric. Canadian Flight Simmer, epic. Airborne for his first full flight in the 77 Whiskey. You flying Vancouver to Toronto or something by any chance?
Roger, we are going to descend by the Marlin 5, descent 250, expecting 345.
Aaron, landed at Heathrow, people causing absolute carnage not knowing how to taxi.
177 Whiskey, just confirm when ready. So
if only we could get everybody to look at the tutorial videos I've made,
ready, we'll descend to flight level 250, and New Zealand 77 Whiskey.
It could be because of your processor, Mag. Change a couple of your settings, just lower some of your graphical settings and things in the sim. Yeah, the high level cloud's great, isn't it, Ian? Really, really nice. Top descent in 40. 25 set on the box, cell nav VNAV. Crossing nonids, we're going to come out of constant Mach into our economical cruise mode. Yeah, that would also help, wouldn't it, Aaron, if they just studied the charts.
0211, maintain 380 for New Zealand 2+2.
Pilot Ramon, I think it's 777 200 LR freighter first, and then the 200 LR after that, I think. I don't think they're doing a 200 ER.
Thanks, New Zealand 247 to same Mach speed.
Current Mach speed is .848.
New Zealand 247 to Roger, reduce Mach decimal 82.
Yeah, do it. Check out I've got some 787 tutorials as well. And they all work for the 787-8, 9 and 10. Same with this. So the PMDG 777 777-300ER tutorials that I've uploaded over the last couple of days for you to enjoy to get you started on this. It will also work for the 777-200 as well, all that sort of stuff,
New Zealand 77 Whiskey.
and the freighter, same aeroplane. Okay, checklist. Descent. Warning recall. Check. And we're clear. Notes. Order brake 2 is set. Landing data. VREF minimums 102 for the RADOUT. 1020 and the VREF's all set. Approach briefing complete. So we've already spoke about the vectors. Now because we've got an area controller on, we might well actually get vectors from the controller here. So when we get to prawn, we're going to probably be given, well actually TESAT, in fact, which is waypoint right over the airfield. We're probably going to be given vectors from air traffic control to get towards our final approach, which is fine. Missed approach, track 335 degrees, mandatory 500 feet turn left, track 320 degrees, climb to 3000 or as directed by air traffic control. Cautionary, closely spaced parallel runways, which is pretty cool. So, charts off, and we're going to vacate left after landing to taxi to the gate. That's all good. Approach briefing is complete. Approach for the altimeters, we'll take that in advance, and then the landing checklist is ready. We've already checked our fuel at the last waypoint, and that's all on target, precisely where it should be. Aidan says, is there any difference between the build of the aeroplane they used for filming the tutorials, or is it the same aeroplane? Nope, it's all the same. It was the pre-release candidate version that we sent, basically.
Melbourne Centre Cathay 116, sorry, was with the cat, yep.
Cathay 116, absolutely no worries. In approximately...
Dougal, yeah, there's an option as well in the MCDU here for automatic LNAV after a go around. So you can select that if you want as well.
Thank you very much. 122 decimal 8, Cathay 116, have a good night.
He says, how about some fat vibe send to Phuket in the 77 Whiskey for some stream? Depends on the liveries and the routes. Let's have a quick check, see how many 777s are on the network now. 869 Boeing 777-300ERs are on VATSIM as we speak. And we are one of those. That is incredible.
570. Melbourne Centre, good day.
Andrea, epic. He's bought the 777. Nice one. Definitely have a little look at the tutorials I've done, mate, and hopefully that will help you get started quite confidently. You're going to love it. And yeah, reach out on Discord. There'll be a load of us there in our Discord server that are happy to help you if you're trying to install liveries and all that kind of stuff. We can help you get it all configured. Top of descent coming up, and actually I'm going to descend now. So I'm going to go across here. We've already done the forecast. Look, we've got 10 miles. And I'm going to press descend now. Execute. So we're going into an early descent. And why?
Stations inbound Sydney, information Tango now current. Changes the winds 300 degrees, 8 knots. Temperature 12, Sydney, Tango.
And it means that we enter into the descent really smooth. You see that very gentle gradient into the descent. Now if we hit top of descent, the aeroplane would begin to pitch down a little bit quicker because it wants to maintain the descent profile. But here we're beginning a descent just a few miles early, and it allows us into this gentle descent,
New Zealand 77 Whiskey,
like so.
maintain mark decimal 84.
0.84, 77 Whiskey.
Destinations inbound Melbourne. Melbourne information November, that's correct. Changes to wind 010 degrees, 10 knots, temperature 8, Melbourne, November.
UNH still 1020.
Sorry, 9 Alpha Papa, contact Melbourne approach 132.10, okay.
And then we get that yellow warning because we're underneath the VNAV path quite considerably, but that's okay. It will settle itself into the descent, and it eventually will start to stabilise itself.
Melbourne approach 132, that's Maritime, good night, scan, sorry, 9 Alpha Papa, bye-bye.
Absolutely rad. Shared type rating, so if you're good at the 787, you'll be okay with the triple. Interstanding welcome. When we do the ECL and we tick the items that we complete, the cursor automatically goes to the next step. That's not happening now.
570, altitude passing.
Can you confirm? That's because it's trying to follow the cursor of our mouse, if that makes sense. Whereas in real life, that's a touch screen, isn't it?
Ladies 1570, resume my navigation cleared, direct ease on flight center.
So there's our VNAV profile now starting. We've stabilised into a nice smooth 1,800 foot per minute descent. You see there, 900, 850, closing in. That's our VNAV profile.
103, descend flight level 130.
Send flight level 130, New Zealand 103. New Zealand 103.
103, thanks, resume normal speed.
We'll go 103.
New Zealand 777 Whiskey, resume normal speed. New Zealand 77 Whiskey, resume normal speed.
Zato. I'll give him a kick.
Is it?
Zato, that's you. Resume normal speed.
Sorry, 789, descend by star 9000, Melbourne QNH 1.
Yeah, the Osprey livery is got some good progress with it already. Tapsy's been absolutely smashing it, so hopefully it'll be quite soon that we'll have some Osprey Airways liveries on there.
Did you miss a message?
Yes, you did, sir. When ready, descend flight level 130.
And continue descent to flight level 130, sorry about that.
Ian says Zato's painting again. Naughty.
Midari 789, a heavy contact, Melbourne approach 132.40, good day. 132.10,
Senna, hello, it's Cathay 178 with you through 190.
SA 178, this is Melbourne approach, hello.
Canadian flights are good, yeah. It's hard to see on the small, like on phones and things, the little engine wiggle. But now you get to see it. It's cool. Aaron, yeah, good to hear, mate. Thank you. The tutorials that I've done is the design for the masses. Most people who don't know how to kind of get in and start anywhere with the aeroplane, they decided to kind of strip all of the nonsense out that gets quite overwhelming for people at times. We keep it nice and simple, and we deal with all the things that you just need to get on with to complete a full flight. And then from there you can build your knowledge. Primo's calculated that's almost $70,000 worth of PMDG 777 online right now. And Aaron's already completed 2 Osprey schedules. Good effort. Big thank you to everyone who's hit the like button so far today. Love it. Really appreciated. There's the sun. Trying to work out how long we've got. Might just move the sun forwards a little bit there, so we get a bit of sunset into this. Nabil, Volanta's good for tracking your flights. and all that sort of stuff. John, hello mate, saying just stopping by to say I really appreciate your tutorials for the CRJ. Good to hear they're still really useful for people. They were some of the first tutorials that I created.
New Zealand 103 Heavy, descend by star 10,000 to Sydney QNH 1020.
Seven star 10,000 and QNH 1020 at New Zealand 103 Heavy.
To New Zealand 566 Heavy with you at flight level 380.
New Zealand 566 Heavy, mail correction Brisbane, Senegade, squawk 1277, maintain
Scent profile's lovely in this.
and present speed.
What's the squawk 1272 and maintain 380 and current speed. New Zealand 566 Heavy.
New Zealand 566 Heavy, negative, squawk 1277.
Sorry, 1277 New Zealand 566 Heavy.
Hopefully, Aaron. I mean, yesterday alone, we had over 500 new subscribers, which is insane. I'm thankful to every single one of you that's choosing to subscribe to the channel and all that sort of stuff. And even today, we've gone up another 100 subscribers, which is mega.
Roger, slow down to 250.
So big thank you to all of you. Wherever you are in the world, you're all forming part of this epic community. And we're all kind of taking part in flight sim history together. It's great. Sending on idle in this. It's nice. Nice and quiet. Just got to monitor the energy because she does get a bit slippy. Jamie, good morning. Welcome. The Burbs of YVR.
Heavy, contact me 1298 explained.
1298 103 Heavy. 298, change of frequency for his bands. 1, 2. Episode of New Zealand 103 Heavy.
New Zealand 103 Heavy, Center, descend 5 star 6000 from a tree for left, expect the ILS approach.
Send 5 star 6000, expect the ILS approach, New Zealand 103 Heavy. City ground 126.5. Oh, I love flying this on VATSIM, it's so good. Ian, I know, right?
566 heading south,
that was ages ago. Oh yeah, Ollie, I'm baking in here.
For New Zealand 566.
New Zealand 566 heading, start clearance available, advise when ready to copy.
SSC stars, it's because you're not using it correctly, matey. You can't push that lever in. You have to see if I can do it without buggering the rudder pedals. You've got to push both the pedals in and hold them in for about 3 seconds, and then you'll hear park brake release.
5 variable for runway 34 left to maintain flight level. New Zealand 566.
New Zealand 77 Whiskey, contact me 129 at decimal 8. New Zealand 77 Whiskey.
Oh, Zato, you again.
129.8.
Stop painting when you're flying on VATSIM. Jeez. Oh dear.
And hello, I'm on the frequency 129 something.
New Zealand 77 Whiskey, hello. Descend by star 6000 from my tree for left, expect the ILS approach.
Roger, descend by the star to 6000.
Boss Machine John says he flew 3 times with VATSIM. He's scared to talk with AC because I followed the cursors at the course, but I still don't know everything I need to do.
Heavy, descend flight level 130, resume normal speed.
Once an air traffic control asked something like mic departure, but I was flying. Okay, so yeah, I get what you're saying there. Have a little look at my VATSIM tutorials. Boss Machine John.
130.
So have a little look at, you can go to britishavgeek.com, there's a VATSIM tutorials page there, it's a dedicated playlist on this YouTube channel here, and it will cover all of the basics, basically, to try and help you get started and understand the little things in VATSIM to get you a bit more confident with it. So hopefully they will help. Have a little look at some of those, and it will help just build your knowledge. Start slow and bite off a couple of chunks, and actually you might realise that at one point in one of your flights it will click and you'll think, ah, perfect. And then you'll get really confident with it all of a sudden. But don't worry about making mistakes. VATSIM's, one of the core principles of VATSIM is educate. So, unless you're doing something completely Leroy Jenkins, then they should be trying to help you, not telling you off. Oh, Doc, nice. I'll take a little bit of reading. I don't know where Leroy is, Rab. Alright, waypoint.
New Zealand 103 heavy, depart prawn left heading 160.
Can you just repeat the waypoint again, please, New Zealand 103?
New Zealand 103 be prawn heading 160.
Wilco, leave prawn left heading 160, New Zealand 103 heavy. So, vectors. He's actually taking us 0 and 6. Yeah, he's taking us left. So we're not going to overfly the airfield anymore. So when we were on about here, doing this, all of this, we're not doing that now. Air traffic control have given us separate vectors. We can delete all of that. And at prawn, which is here, we've got to leave left heading 160, which is about that kind of direction. So we're being vectored round to final over the coast.
New Zealand 107 heavy, contact me 129 at datalink.
So I'm going to pop 160. Oh, no, I won't. We're going to get a bit closer first.
New Zealand 107 next, descend via star 10,000.
Energy supply is going to be thanking PMDG. People now leaving their PCs on overnight. Through transition. Right, we're going into local QNH 1020, and the aeroplane's now going to level off at 10,000 feet, roughly, to begin our deceleration to below 250 knots. Ardzano, welcome.
New Zealand 2472, descend via star 10,000, the Sydney QNH 1020.
Send by the star to
well, let's pause the lift music.
100 and QNH 1020, New Zealand 2472 heavy.
Big, far in Staines. Oof. It's very close to Heathrow Airport. We're going to approach ref. And I'm intentionally not putting speed brake out because I want to see how the aeroplane handles this. We're 343 engine Dino.
New Zealand 77 Whiskey, depart prawn
Back required.
One
FMC message. We'll acknowledge that.
Roger, depart prawn
That's
heading
gone.
160.
So putting out a bit of speed brake now to help the aeroplane decelerate slightly. Back into the descent. There we go. About 50%. And then we can gently work that speed brake back to 0. As the aeroplane continues its descent. Right. Seatbelt signs on, landing lights on. That's all set. Seatbelt signs are now on in the cabin.
New Zealand 784 Center, get a turn left, correction, turn right, heading 360.
360. 84 head, 784 head.
Thanks, New Zealand 784, squawk 1430, maintain.
You can do if you want, James.
360.
Adzano Epic.
Can you please repeat the squawk, please?
1430.
1430 and turn right heading 360, correct?
Rob saying
Okay,
BA-ATC is vectored in
separation
nicely.
between aircraft in front of you.
Cabin secure. From the crew in the back. Good.
Noted, thank you.
10 minutes to landing.
New Zealand 784.
Prawn's coming up. And we've got leave left,
New
turn
Zealand 566
160.
heavy, when ready, descend flight level 250.
True, last year it's wonderful, isn't it?
descend for level 2.
We're runway 34 left.
New Zealand 566.
Frappuccino.
New Zealand 224, apologies, 2472, contact me 1298 late, resume normal speeds.
Overhead is looking good.
New Zealand 2472 heavy. New Zealand 107, which frequency one? Thanks, New Zealand 107 heavy, descend by star 6000, runway 3 for left, expect to be ILS approach.
Look at that view. It's been a long time since we've flown into
New Zealand 107
this,
heavy,
into
descend
Sydney.
by star 6000, runway 3 for left, expect to be ILS approach.
Yeah, Adzeno, our tutorials are for beginners, matey. Yeah, you'll be absolutely fine. They're designed to help you get started from no experience without all the complicated stuff.
And for the New Zealand 2472 with you. New Zealand 2472, thanks, descend by star 6000, runway 3 for left, expect to be ILS approach.
Taxiway Alpha's closed, is it?
Star 6000, expect the ILS for runway 3 for left.
So it'll be Alpha 2 left Juliet over Yankee then, wouldn't it?
New Zealand 784, star clearance available.
So coming up to Prawn. Left.
New Zealand 784, star clearance available.
Round we go.
Go ahead. 784 heavy.
New Zealand 784, star clearance, the Marlin
Sometimes
5 arrival,
Frappuccino,
runway 3 for
not
left.
all the time.
Maintain
Because the
flight level
scenery won't be
360.
updated to show that it's actually closed. Hey Fred, welcome, thank you buddy, joining us live for the first time. Finding the content super useful, great to hear.
784 heavy.
New Zealand 103 heavy, 42 miles to run, descend 3000.
Roger, descend 3000, New Zealand 103 heavy. So we're going to use vertical speed mode now because we're on vectors. Can't use the VNAV path because we're off path. We'll go for 230, 1500. Just get the engines idling a bit.
Speed 25, you know. New Zealand 2472, speed 25, you know.
250, New Zealand 2472.
New Zealand 784, resume our navigation, cleared direct Marlin to reach on the star.
Hatchret, sausage,
784 heavy.
3000, 9 miles. So that's okay, we're just about holding here. 3000, so we're going to have to probably help the
New
jet
Zealand 566 heavy, when ready, descend flight level 1.
a little bit. We have a tiny bit of speed brake, which you'll see them do in real life. They'll just pop them out slightly on most descents. Don't be afraid to do that, folks.
New Zealand 77 whiskey.
It's all about managing energy.
Now heading 160.
So look, we get the gentle deceleration.
160, Air New Zealand 710.
Pop it to 1400 foot per minute, or even 1500 foot per minute, just to help the descent. That's all good. So we're in that discontinuity element at the moment. 207 tons.
New Zealand 570 passing Giraffe, your identification service is terminated. There's nothing further. Monitor to come. 122 today's flight. Frequency change approved. Good day.
136. So 141 for our final approach speed, VREF plus 5.
New Zealand 570, thanks. Squawk 2000.
2000.
New Zealand 103, turn right, heading 250 base.
250 base, New Zealand 103. Let's retract speed brake, 250, right turn, base leg. Cool, time to land, folks. So our position is there, that's where our radar vector is, that little magenta thing there. And I'm going to come down to minimum
New Zealand
clean.
77 Whiskey, 42 miles to run,
Flap 1.
3000.
Descend 3000, send
800 foot per minute, just to help the aeroplane decelerate itself a little bit, and capturing at 3000, which is about there. We're now going to arm the speed brake. That's ticked our checklist there automatically. Beautiful sunrise. And then we're going to go sausage, execute FMC2.
New Zealand 103, turn right heading tree 10 to intercept, cleared ILS approach, from my tree 4 left, report established.
Right 310 to intercept, and 34 left, report established, New Zealand 103. Okay, so we want to intercept at flap 5 speed for this approach. We're going to bring the range ring in. There's our 8 mile fixed ring that we mentioned earlier on, and we've been given a little direction to come in like so. So we're going to go approach mode armed. We're at 3000, 310. Aircraft's putting in a bit of power. We're going to bring it down to 200 knots.
New Zealand 123, did turn you a bit early there, make pilots intercept, still cleared ILS.
There we'll go, New Zealand 103.
Thanks. New Zealand 77 Whiskey, turn right heading 240.
Just going to help the jet
240, 77 Whiskey.
a little bit.
Thanks, 77 Whiskey, resume normal speed.
Normal speed, 77 Whiskey.
Flap 5.
New Zealand 107 Heavy, cancel the start, turn left heading 180, 42 miles to run, descend 3000.
180, descend 3000.
Double center, using like select forward.
It looks like we're going to hit the glide slope before
level 1 tree.
establishing.
1307.
There's the runway. We'll see what happens here.
New Zealand 566 Heavy, descend 5 star 10,000.
Locks active.
H1020, contact me 12988.
Gear down.
Okay, again for New Zealand 563.
Coming up to 8 miles. Let's go 160. Let's get proactive with it. Flap 15.
Heavy, descend 5 star 10,000. Sydney QNH1020, contact me 12988.
Glide slope's alive.
Descend via the star
13 knot crosswind.
level 10,000. QNH 1020.
Hey Fred,
Contact you on
can do,
2,
but we are
129.8.
manually selecting stuff.
New Zealand 563.
Hello, Center again, Qatari 789 just vacated.
Flap 20. 25.
789
Flap 30.
again, taxi apron.
Thank you.
And New Zealand 103 Heavy's established. ILS 34 left 7 miles.
New Zealand 103 Heavy, thanks. 7 miles to run. Runway 34 left, clear to land, the wind 010 degrees, 10.
34 left, clear land, thanks New Zealand 103 Heavy. VREF was it 136, 141, takeoff checklist, oh sorry, the landing checklist is complete.
24782, depart prawn heading 160. Depart prawn 160, New Zealand 2472 Heavy.
141. Look at this approach. And this jet is just wonderful. Look at the size of it. It's so good. Wait so long for this jet. One of my favourites. Quick little dash cam view for you guys for the last couple of seconds.
New Zealand 77 Whiskey, descend 2000.
2000, 77 Whiskey.
Look at this. Right, what have we got? Throttle's at 50% there. Come on. Press the button. Wink. Auto throttle off.
New Zealand 77 Whiskey, turn right, heading tree 1026.
Autopilot off, my
Cleared
controls.
ILS approach, runway tree 4 left, report established.
310, cleared ILS 34 left, will call established, 77 Whiskey.
New Zealand 784,
Clear the caution.
star 10,000, Sydney QNH 1020.
9 knot crosswind, left to right. Just trying to get a feel for the trim here.
New Zealand 784, descend by star 10,000, QNH 1020.
Descend via star 10,000. 784.
It feels heavy and it feels like there's inertia. I said it yesterday, it's so impressive.
1020.
It feels like we've got 200 and something tons of jet.
New Zealand 107 heavy, turn right heading 25.
I don't know how they do that in a flight sim. How they give us that kind of feeling.
New Zealand 2472, cancel star now, turn left heading 180. Turn left 180, Osprey 20, New Zealand 2472. And Osprey 2472, 452 miles to run, descend 3000. New Zealand 2472, descend 3000, 42 miles to run.
Descend 3000, New Zealand 2472, we've got you doing
Continue.
it now too.
Looking ahead. Here we go.
50, 30, 20.
New Zealand 77 Whiskey, established on the localizer 31.
Ooh, baby!
Correction, 34 left.
Gently with the nose wheel. Reverse, green, decelerating.
Correction 9 miles to run, continue approach.
Continue approach from 77 Whiskey.
90 knots. Manual brakes. Alpha 2's coming up. 60 knots. Reverses disarmed. And we're just going to...
103 Happy, welcome to Sydney. Contact the ground 126.5. Good day.
Ground 1265, thanks to the ATC. New Zealand 103 Heavy. Have a good night.
Next, New Zealand 107 to right heading tree 1026.
144 foot per minute. Bam, 1.1 G, we're on the touchdown zone. I feel at home in this aeroplane. Just clear that. 126.5.
New Zealand 7.
Traffic. Sydney ground, good evening. New Zealand 103 Heavy's vacated. Alpha 2, request taxi to gates. Stand 6-1 if it's available, please. Taxi 6-1 via Alpha Golf cross 25, New Zealand 103 Heavy, thanks. Auto brake off. APU. Start. I said it when the 737 came out, didn't I? This is just something else. Pop the old strobes back on for the runway crossing. Oh, I pressed the bloody wrong button there. I've still got the speed brakes and stuff out there as well. We'll just sort this out real quick, hold on. Before we overrun the edge of the runway. Some speed brake and retract the flaps. There's a Qantas 380 over there, lovely. Explorer's mad. No, that's alright, it was a good intercept. It's just that I'm learning the how quickly the aircraft wants to actually kind of make that turn, and it quite quickly did it, didn't it? Pop the old strobe off now, we're clear of that runway. and overshooting the centre line just to bring the nose wheel over, and then round we go. Yeah, this is Fly Tampa Sydney. Oh, there's a United triple there. That's a long old way. Going to San Fran, are you, matey? Nice route. Let's get stand 61 ready to go. Oh yeah, I closed QATL. Put the flight directors off. 862 Boeing 777-300ERs on VATSIM right now. That is incredible, Ryan, isn't it? My goodness. Donada. I'll do. It's at the top of the list. So yeah, opening the window, slide that out of the way, pop the clip. Hear the sound change? So they got a little bit louder. Pop that off. Right, so what have we got? The shutdown checks are there.
Ground hello, Air New Zealand 77 Whiskey Golf. Requesting stand.
Yeah, it's 13 degrees outside. Still t-shirt weather for me, any key.
Golf 1063, Air New Zealand 77 Whiskey, thanks.
Yeah, Lone Gamer, imagine it's going to be really weird getting into a 737 now after flying one of these, isn't it? Because it's so high up and we get that different reference of speed. And then we're going to jump into a 737 which is so low, quite sporty. And I'd imagine we're all going to end up flaring too early in that, aren't we? 61 is there. I'm going to bring her round. Is that the plaque for it? Yes, lovely. So taxi lights off. Letting the nose tickle the edge of the line there, the edge of the taxiway, and we're continuing the sweeping turn round, bringing the speed right off, full tiller. Then bring her in on that centre line. Hopefully not delaying him too much. Mistock, no, this is the end for today. We're going to plan tomorrow's live stream based on what liveries we can come up with overnight. It might be the Osprey Airways livery finally. There's a 777-300 stop line there. I think I'm going to marshal myself onto it. The noise. Without me sharing a stop line with an A380. Mammoth. Gently on the brakes. Bosh. Look at that. Bar brake sets. Shutdown checks. Let's see. Fuel control levers. Actually, I just want to, before I turn that one off. I'm going to leave the power there. See the noise difference in the insulation. Granted, it's turned itself down as I pressed the window. That shows you how much insulation there is in the aircraft. Right, anyway, that's back on idle. Fuel cut off. Done. Done. Disarm the doors. Set the chocks. beacon. And let's get New Sky up to see what we've done for a score today as well. We'll close the flights. 26,638. Look at that for a nice bit of profit. And 10 out of 10. Lovely. Crossing the ditch. Happy with that. We only started 30 minutes early today, Flight Sim Pilot. That's because we were going to spend a bit of good time on the ground, faffing around with the aeroplane and exploring some bits. Did I request the jetway? Yes. I wonder if there's a way to see if... Bear with me. Ah. Yeah, messy pup. Right, let me just turn this right down. Okay, there we go. That's what we're going to do. Door management. Entry 2 left. Oh, it does! The handle moved. There you go. There we go. So we're going to disembark, and we've got a couple of people still flying in that we're going to spot. So let's see. We got... Oh, Ian's on final. Wicked. Let's go and spot him real quick. Get the tunes going.
Sydney Grand United 864 Heavy, request pushback.
Aha! We get to watch some 777-300 touchdowns. Let's do it.
Diesel 107. Confirm Golf past International 4 and into the bay.
Let's go past International 4.
Game Bubble, you can do long haul, mate. You can accelerate the time, but you can also do some short haul routes. There's some crazy short routes with this. Yeah, the Volanto overlay now, because the flight is over, it will have stopped. Here comes Ian. In his, I think, second ever 777-300ER touchdown in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Good luck. I think Microsoft Flight Simulator doesn't have any form of double jetway support, Jeff. I would love to see that though. Really would. Because like I say, it's a bit more of a boost to immersion when you get two doors connected. But yeah, if lots of you have been asking about that today, I'll upload them today. Custom views. You'll notice there, look, you don't really need to flare this jet. Just keep the throttle in. Keep the power in until about 10 feet. Nice and stable, and the aeroplane will settle itself down nicely with a bit of ground effect. It's remarkably cool. Look at that, beautiful, good work. What a touchdown. Hey, the United's going now as well, look at that. We'll get to watch his takeoff. And we've got Don Carlito's flying inbound as well, and we've got one other. We've got two aircraft still airborne. Tomorrow we're probably going to do Manchester to Tenerife, or one of the Canary Islands, not sure which yet, but it's going to focus on whether or not we've got an Osprey Airways livery. If not, we're probably going to go and do something maybe in, I'm not sure, Seoul or something like that. It all depends on TAPSI's progress with the Osprey Airways rollout livery, really. Uh-oh, hold on. Oh my days! We've got a minute. Let me show you what he's done. I can't believe he's done this so quickly. Stand by. I hope you guys are ready for this. Open image in new tab. It looks like it's almost there. And it includes a customized pen, I believe. Open image in new tab. It's worth the wait, folks. I can't believe he's done that already. That's insane.
And Sydney ground, g'day.
Right.
New Zealand 24.
Let me get this on the screen for you folks. Bosh!
Holding at Alpha 2.
Big screen. There's the cabin.
I'll just go back with the rest of the, I think it was around gate 60 or somewhere around there, please.
There's the external. Oh, that looks so good. There's the cabin at the back with a little Osprey thing.
Alpha and cross runway 25 and taxi to the bay.
And we've got the Osprey Airways pen that you can click as well. So coming very soon. Have a quick look on Volanta, just see how the guys are getting on. Carlito looks like he's almost on final approach now, so we'll get to kind of watch him a little bit in just a mo. Ah, oh, beautiful sunset. Was it 16 for departure? Oh, no way, that's cool. That means the United's going to fly straight towards us. He's there on startup. That means we're going to get to watch him take off.
Sydney ground, United 864 Heavy, request taxi.
Here we go. This is Carlito's first landing in this 777, I believe.
Taxi Alpha, holding point Alpha 1.
Lone Gamer, you want to see the sound settings real quick? Yeah, we've got a minute. Let me just quickly do that. Sound. Headphone simulation off. There you go. Just remember, Matthew, don't click it 3 times because Timothy Dalton knows it'll become a grenade. It might be Pierce Brosnan, yeah. Oh, he's a bit nose down. It looks like FSLTL and VATSIM doing quirky things though, actually, so not necessarily going to reflect his actual pitch. That's probably more like his actual pitch there. Oh, smooth, look at that. Gently down on the nose wheel as well, great effort. Beautiful sunset. United's now taxiing. Big thank you to everyone who's hit the like button today. Great to see lots of you enjoying the stream. What should we do tomorrow, folks? Gran Canaria, Tenerife South? Should we do Las Palmas or Fuerteventura, Lanzarote? What do you guys fancy? Vacate left, vacate left, vacate left. Ah, he vacated right. He's gone to domestics. going to be from Manchester Mafarick. It's going to be medium haul, most likely, or short to medium haul. So we could do like Gran Canaria, we could do Cairo, that sort of level of length of time. Who else have we got now? I think that was... Oh, Liam, were you flying offline, mate? Oh no. I think that might have been Liam. Which means this is Carlito. This is Carlito landing. This is second... Oh, this is first ever 777-ER, 300ER landing. I haven't got Lanzarote scenery actually, bizarrely. I've got Fuerteventura, Las Palmas Gran Canaria, and I've got Tenerife South. And we've got La Palma for that part of the world. Or we've got Cairo.
Sydney ground, New Zealand 566 heavy with you.
Or we could do Heathrow, sorry, Manchester to somewhere a bit closer to turn around and fly back and do 2 sectors perhaps. But we've not done Gran Canaria for a while, have we? Or that kind of part thing. So we could do, let's do the Canaries. We've not done that for a very long time. Quite a few saying Tenerife.
Check your mic there, and do you have a bay of preference?
Around the stand 60s.
Any stand will do.
New Zealand 566 heavy Bravo, cross runway 25 and call to the bay.
What's the cross runway 25 and on call? New Zealand 566.
Golf there is, we just rewind about 5 minutes and we were just having a little look at one. We would do Cairo another day.
Once you know the flights, you know they can call. See you later.
Here we go, last man in. And then after that we've got a United departure on the opposite runway. I'd imagine he's going to San Francisco again, or LA or something. Oh, absolutely perfect. Holding the nose wheel up nicely, just gently letting that come down. Bam, spoilers and flaps and brakes. Oh. Don't cross. Oh my god. That was a full Leroy Jenkins. Don't do that again.
566 heavy, Sydney ground.
Okay, 5665, go ahead.
New Zealand 566 heavy, you just crossed runway 16 right without permission. You can continue Gulf to the bay.
Oh dear.
Sorry about that.
Absolute carnage. Poor Carlito. That United there is like, what the heck is going on? Oh dear. Solved. That United looks like he's got clearance to depart now. Where's our Melbourne controller who was in the live chat earlier on?
Sydney ground, good evening. New Zealand, 784-300ER.
Explorer's mad, there we go. I'm very sorry about that little indiscretion. Let's watch this United take off to finalise the day. He's probably going to use most of the runway actually if he's flying that far away. So let's set the camera up. How about that for a little rotate view? Great landing, Carlito. Cracker. Nice job. Here he comes. I know, I don't know why that happened. That never usually happens on the streams. Explorer's mad, sorry. Thanks for providing ATC. Appreciate it. You guys have stayed up super late in Australia for this. Very appreciated. Here comes the United. It's got such a big presence, hasn't it, this aeroplane? Like I said, it's going to use most of the runway. There's the rotation. What timing. Brilliant. So good. And there we go. Massive thank you to our controllers today and all of you guys flying along all over the world. Welcome to Sydney. It'll cross the ditch for the first time in a long time in the PMDG 777-300ER. Chris Packett, thank you buddy. Cheers for the super chat. Appreciate it. Great to hear lots of you enjoying it as well. Give us a little like before you head off. If you're sat in the background new to the channel, do consider pressing that subscribe button and join us tomorrow. Probably a little bit earlier. Not sure 100% of the time. It might be about 12 noon UK time, which is 1100 UTC, for our flight to Gran Canaria out of Manchester. And we might just see if we can get the timing worked out properly with Carlito. He's potentially going to fly one of our jets from Everett overnight on New Sky to land at the same time.
Keep it up, Luke. Loving the streams.
That our stream begins, which will be really cool to see. There we go. International terminal looking really busy, packed full of heavies. And hopefully we get to see you all tomorrow. But massive thank you there, Chris. Appreciate the super chat to end the day. And all of you guys tuning in around the world. It's great to see so many of you loving the 777 and it breaking all sorts of records in the flight sim world on VATSIM and everything else as well. It's insane. But yeah, in the meantime, as always, enjoy the rest of the day. Big thanks to our controllers at the end today as well, and all of you guys flying along. In the meantime, as always, thank you very much for watching. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow.